Everybody, I hope you're ready to be F.E.A.R.ed.
F.E.A.R.
We're playing F.E.A.R. again.
Fans every actual rotation.
Relationship. Oh, rotation. That's good.
See, the one I went for the stream is freakily extraneous attacks randomly.
Kind of makes you think if we're
That's
making
pretty
it kind of like making up K&D titles. Like you have to think of an acronym
I made
for
that
fear.
joke last time before you showed up.
Wait, did you pronounce K&D as candy?
No, I just
No.
said I said K&D.
I swear it sounded like you said candy.
AMD.
I'm literally just sounding out the words K and
Words?
D.
Wait, hon, say the letter N again.
N.
Okay, now saying K and D.
K and D.
Yeah, see, it
Why
sounds
is there
like
an
candy.
A in there?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, now I hear it.
I'm just saying K and D. I'm saying the K and D is what we're thinking
Why
of.
is
Okay,
it N?
say
Hey.
Cool Whip.
I want candy.
A in
K
in.
N D.
Yeah, now say it quickly.
Candy.
It's closer.
Candy with an I and the little thing coming off.
It's classy with the thing coming off in the I and fucking the A out of the ASS.
Yeah, I wrong.
Alright, so last time we left off, we just finished off clearing through a thing. Oh yeah, and Hinkle, without you around yesterday, we didn't have a One Piece tangent. We gotta make up for that tonight. We gotta talk about the Two Piece.
The two-piece is not real.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever gonna be a two-piece. It's always just gonna be one piece extended.
Well, speaking of
What?
I was thinking the other day about like whether or not One Piece will have the grace to end. Like, obviously, we're going to reach the end of the story at some point, but is it going to pull a Boruto, or will it respect itself and end?
I see Oda having enough self-respect to just end the story.
Wow, let's do a Simpsons.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing is
But
that
also a studio owns some manner of rights to it.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that Oda has been doing this even longer. Like, One Piece got started like a year before Naruto did, and then by the time Naruto ended, One Piece wasn't even at what would be considered the halfway point right now. So I think Oda's just going to be like, I don't think Oda wants to do more One Piece after One Piece finishes. After whenever it finishes, I think he's going to be done.
I thought Oda didn't want to do more One Piece, and then he went and did Elbaf.
Wait, were you not expecting an Elbaf arc? Because I mean, that's been
Oda wasn't expecting an Elbaf.
Wait,
arc.
what's Elbaf?
Elbaf is the giant land.
Ah.
It's the
I mean,
land
you've
of
heard about this, right?
Wait, are they doing? Is that what they're doing
now? Until he
now?
started writing Elbaf, he did not plan on them going to Elbaf.
It's weird. I mean, because it had been hyped up since the Giants told Usopp about it.
Yeah, that's why he got pressured into doing it.
But wait, wasn't it introduced like super early on? Or are they only just now going there?
I'm just
wait.
saying.
So you're telling he introduced this like at the start of the start of the manga, that like 20 years later, he never planned to actually go there?
Yeah, I mean, you could have a place in a world that you don't go to.
Oh, true.
If I'm just saying, if fan pressure works on Oda to make stuff like this happen, I hope I can will Carrot into Straw Hat existence.
I also hope that.
Hello, Khazard, and also other freaky, erotic, acrobatic roommates.
That's good. Very good.
Yes, very fine acronym. Very fine.
Carrot is best girl.
I mean,
I will hold on to my carrot coin till doomsday.
No, see what the best thing they'll do? They'll probably end One Piece and then just do a One Piece Kai, since they're already kind of doing that.
Well, that's what I was
Fishman.
thinking.
That's
or also
they're making
there
a One Piece remake. Yeah.
Isn't there also like the cover, like there's other stuff like cover stories or something that
That's
they
true,
never
but
adapted? So it
you
sounds
wanna-
like
Yes,
they got
there's
a
all
lot of stuff
applied.
they could work with.
Can I do
after
a-
Oda finishes.
Can I do a really grinds my gear segment here? Speaking of remakes,
Only if you do it
Are
in the
you-
Peter Griffin voice.
Is it on the subject of this conversation? Because I still had more to say about it before we
it is.
Okay.
It's related to the remake. You know what really grinds my
In the
gears
Peter
about?
Griffin voice.
Oh, jeez. Want to know what really grinds my gears? These modern remakes with a high contrasted art style. Like with Urusei Yatsura or with Ranma 1/2, those remakes look like they have a white filter over them. And it makes all the colors just look faded out. They're trying to make it look more like the manga or trying to capture a feel of 90s, 80s nostalgia, but all you're really doing is just making it look washed out and crappy. And I saw that same art style in some of the cells that were premiering for One Piece remake. So I tell you this, if they go for this washed out, white, contrasted style for the One Piece remake, and that's going to really grind my gears.
Now, to be fair, the One Piece original version, like the early stuff, weirdly was washed out. Like there were shots where they, like the edges of the frames just were blank. Like the shots didn't fill up the whole screen, and they just left the edges white.
Yeah, I thought that was like an intentional thing to give it an air of like a storybook, I guess.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I do. It was obviously intentional. It just looks bad. But
intentionally bad. That's what they wanted.
But you guys,
I mean, well, yeah, intentionally bad. So if the remake is also doing that, then there you go. They're just being true to it.
You guys know what I'm talking about with like the Urusei Yatsura and the Ranma 1/2 remakes. Like it's all faded out and looks white. Okay, well,
I haven't seen the remake, but I don't. I think I saw the trailer. It didn't really look washed out.
You should see it compared to the original airing, like in the 80s. It looks so much more colorful in the 80s. Like the colors aren't bleached. Like there's a bleaching out in the remakes that I don't like. There's like a bleaching out effect, and I assume it's trying to capture. I said the anime style, but what I'm saying, I think it's trying to do is like trying to capture like the manga art style. You know, like how they do the colored manga covers. Like the inside is black and white, but they'll color in the manga covers. Yeah. They're trying to make it look like that, and it doesn't look as good in motion as just filling in the whole colors.
Because they're trying to make. Okay, so I get since it's digitally art now, but they're trying to make it look like the cell shader hand drawn that it would have been back in the day. Is what they're trying to do then? Kind of like a modern game putting a CRT filter on a game to make it look retro?
Exactly. I like the term forced soul. I think it's a ridiculous term like many other Zoomer terms, but it kind of fits in this sense.
No, you can't do a forced soul. Let's call it a homunculus instead. Hey, Trash Rat, how you doing?
Do homunculi have souls in Full Metal Alchemist?
Well, no, that's why I'm saying you're trying to force it. So
they have thousands of souls. Never mind.
Yeah, they have like a personality. But I mean, honestly, I don't remember too much about Full Metal Alchemist, but as I understand it, each of them has a Philosopher's Stone in them, which has thousands of souls. But the personality that makes the homunculus is like separate from that.
Yeah.
Wasn't that just in the 03 and the actual homunculi were fragments of Father?
Yes, they were, and no, but
and then I think Envy was the one that was like an actual Philosopher's Stone.
No,
I mean all of them had Philosopher's Stones.
I don't know, I think I'm bleeding both of the series together in my brain
I don't remember a lot about Full Metal Alchemist, but I am almost certain all of the homunculi had Philosopher's Stones.
Yes, correct.
Oh, okay, yeah, they were Philosopher's Stones, but it was fragments of Father's Philosopher's Stone. Like he would take a chunk of himself out to make a Philosopher's Stone.
Because he was trying to make himself perfect, and that's why they're the sins.
Yeah. Okay.
I always liked how Wrath was the only one without regen, but in return he got like really buffed up physical stats. So his philosophy wasn't to regrow from getting hit; it was just not getting hit.
He traded regen for avoidance.
King Bradley was such a fucking cool character. There was this one bit, if I remember correctly, where they perform a coup to take over the country because the country is run by the homunculi, you know. So they get King Bradley locked out of his own castle, and instead the troops that are on King Bradley's side say, "We're going to sneak around the back in order to retake the castle, sir." And he's like, "Who would go sneak through out of the back door into their own house?" And he walks up through the front gates to the castle, despite it being guarded by like tanks and armed soldiers and stuff, and he just kicks all their asses.
Just single-handedly just destroys the blockade.
It does such a great job of being a horror story without it being a horror story. Speaking of horror stories, but before I get to my speaking of horror stories, just to finish the One Piece end conversation, I think what I came to the conclusion when I thought about it is I think the whole entire reason they're doing the One Piece live action and this One Piece remake is they're preparing in advance for when the anime finally ends, and they can still make money off of One Piece by having these remakes and the live actions and everything.
Yeah,
It makes you wonder why they started redoing Fishman Island instead of starting from the start.
Well, they are going to start from the start with the One Piece. The remake is going to be called The One Piece.
I'm still curious. I think there's a reason they started with Fishman Island specifically. I think Fishman Island is going to be plot relevant for something coming up, and they wanted to remind people of it.
No, because Fishman Island was the oldest piece of material that they hadn't remade yet.
They have the live action covering the start of the series. Oh, we'll let that run up to the time skip, and then we'll do the remake starting with the time skip.
They already remade everything before Fishman Island.
No, they didn't. They hadn't.
No, they did. They've done HD remakes of everything.
Hey, Outcast,
I know they've done. Are you referring to like the movies where they do like an HD?
No,
remake
they've
of the
done
movies?
HD. There are HD versions of all the episodes up to Fishman Island.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Because I
had no idea.
Like,
I mean, it's like
because I remember when Toonami started playing One Piece again, they skipped up to the time skip, skipping the whole. What were the arcs they skipped, Shima? What were the names?
After Thriller Bark, they skipped Sabaody, they skipped Amazon Lily, then they skipped Impel Down, and
the whole
Marine
Whitebeard War.
Yeah, they skipped all of that because none of that was in HD, and that was only like what 2-3 years ago.
Is that why they skipped it?
I don't think there was any official statement by Cartoon Network or Toonami, but that was what everyone was saying is none of that stuff was HD, so they skipped it because you don't want to have a leading program on your block be not HD.
Now when we say HD, we're talking about like 9:16 format, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. 9:16 format. I mean, I could have swore they were doing 9:16 upwards of like the Whitebeard saga. I thought I remembered the Whitebeard saga being in 9:16, that format, that ratio.
All right, so I'm 100% certain that they redid everything through Eni's Lobby. I'm 90% certain they did Thriller Bark through Whitebeard War also.
Mainly, I was just pissed because I did not like them skipping. The Whitebeard saga is peak One Piece. There's some really good stuff in the Whitebeard saga that they just skipped over.
Yeah. I mean, I also don't think there's many people in the world whose main experience of watching One Piece is on Toonami.
Yeah. I mean, Khazard's is. As far as I know, Khazard doesn't have any other means of watching Toonami.
I watched Toonami back in the day. I watched when it was the 4Kids dub. I watched it now on Toonami now.
I don't know why you're doing that.
Well, I mean, it's not 4Kids dub now, it's just the normal dub.
Right. I still don't know why you're doing that.
Because I'm too lazy to watch it on my own.
I wonder if there's anyone who doesn't...
that's why they did it, because... No, never mind.
I do like how someone, when it came back, calculated, if they never took Toonami off the block to begin with, we would have been at this point now if they just kept playing the show.
Maybe that's why they did it.
I wonder if there's anyone out there today that actually doesn't know Ace dies.
Well, no one.
Now they don't.
Yeah, everyone watching knows that now.
It's like the Darth. It's like Luke. The Darth Vader is Luke's father of anime.
What?
Ace died.
Oh, good. I thought I might miss the stream.
Amanda is listening right now, and I'm having her. She's been watching the live action with me.
Oh,
and now you've spoiled it.
I still gotta get around to watching
why
the
didn't you lead with that? I didn't know there's somebody who actually didn't know that. I mean, does she even know who Ace is? She's watching the live action.
No, she does not know. Well, she has been in the room for some
Forget what I said, Amanda! I'm talking nonsense!
I think technically she already knew Ace was dead because she's been in the room while I've watched it sometimes. And
also, all the times we talked about it, I imagine she would have overheard one.
She's seen the episodes of the flashbacks, or she's been in the room where the flashbacks about what's his / her name.
There she is.
Yamato.
Yeah, she's saying a chat. I was aware.
Yeah, and Yamato had Ace in the backstory, and I was like, yeah, that guy's dead now.
Very, very dead.
Also, Khazard, it seems your theory is now disproven. For you
theory?
guys, Khazard said, it seems my theory from yesterday came true. I never mentioned it last stream, but I figured Hinkle wasn't there for Strongbad because he was too busy using the forces of Hinkleberg to invade the People's Republic of Scruffy to usurp his rule, and that's why he isn't here today.
Why? What?
In Strong Bad, the arc in the episode of Strong Bad is that everyone secedes from the town that the King of Town rules over and makes their own countries. So all the people in the Homestar Runner neighborhood were making their own territories and naming it after themselves.
And you,
So
and,
kind of deducted for spreading that slanderous lie, sir.
All I have to say is I have no interest in
in.
Strong Bad at all, and that's why I wasn't there.
We did do Teen Girl Squad amusingly, but
yeah,
you
look,
weren't there.
and there's Teen Girl Squad in chat.
Yeah, I was surprised. I told her that you guys were streaming it. She didn't watch it.
It's called Cave Girl Squad in the episode 2 of Strong Bad because he does it on a cave paint. He does it on a cave drawing, like on a cave wall.
That is a weird game. It's a wonderfully weird game, Outcast.
I just feel Homestar humor still hits. It still hits after several decades. It's just
never hit me.
It's very wholesome humor. Like, it's the kind of humor you can laugh at whether you are a preteen or a child or an adult.
It's very solid wordplay.
Anyway, let's get started.
No,
Yeah,
we're only at 16 minutes in. We still need another 14 of tangent.
We got the Scruffster here. What else could you want?
I'm trying to think of something else One Piece related to talk about.
Shit, I had something on my mind earlier, but now I'm forgetting it. Better start before I remember.
Yes. LZ is hot.
Don't forget to remember.
Don't remember to forget.
Don't believe his lies.
Airy lies.
Got good laughs.
I just
out
spoiled
of
an
it.
entire video game, and you don't know what video game it is.
I know. I love Bravely Default. That's
What? Shut up!
What?
Oh, right.
Oh, wait,
I
this-
saved when I was getting
I
shot
just
at.
spoiled the game and you don't know what it is. Shima immediately names the game.
It's
Got good
part
laughs
the
out
title.
of it. Reminded me of Grim Fandango. Recently played that when I was up on PSN. I got Grim Fandango on Steam. I was gonna play that in October, but then I didn't really stream
it,
much in
because-
October.
I actually played Grim Fandango a couple of years ago. I loved it, and I think you should definitely play it for Halloween or October in general. I feel bad because there was this one part where I got stuck at. It was the one part in all of Grim Fandango where I just did not know what the fuck to do, and I had to look it up. And I felt bad because I went throughout the rest of the game without having to look up anything, but now I just have that one thing on my mind. Gosh darn it, I nearly went through the whole game without any help, but that one thing will forever mar my memory. And because I feel so intensely about it, I can't just forget what the puzzle solution is. So now I'll always remember. And I'll always remember it wasn't me. Huh?
What is Grim Fandango?
It's a 1990s like adventure point-and-click adventure game made by LucasArts. The theme of it is that the story of Land of the Dead, like in Hispanic, in Mexican folklore, is when you die, you become a skeleton in the Land of the Dead, and you go on a 4-year journey to get into the afterlife. And it's basically revolving around that. You play
4-year journey. What are they trying to be the president?
That doesn't make sense.
You play as a skeletal, what was it? Like a sales agent. Basically, you play as a skeleton that helps people along their 4-year journey by giving them different means of transportation and access. And then you find out there's this conspiracy going on that you.
Well,
have
it definitely
to
sounds like a '90s point-and-click game.
It is very fun. It's very long. You play across the whole 4 years, across different time periods. It has a lot of fun out there puzzles. Like I said, I felt bad about the one that I had to look up, but I figure, I think there's a lot of people that have to look up a few things in this game. It can get pretty esoteric sometimes.
I think he's dead.
I wanted to see if I could push him off the roof with all the momentum.
He still has more blood to lose. He's not dead.
One is not dead until they have no blood in their body.
What is the minimum amount of blood you need to live? Now.
What's
Usually
fun?
you have 8 pints in you, and usually losing 1 is.
I thought you had 5 pints.
No, I thought it was 8.
I'm reading, if you lose more than 40% of your blood, you will die. This is about 2 liters.
What was that,
All you
40%?
have to do is... No, that's inaccurate, Shima. You just have to get it in buckets and pour it in.
What is that from? That's from something. I'm just trying to remember.
It's 10 pints. Maybe I was thinking of quarts.
How the hell does Hinkle of all people not know Grim Fandango? I want to know what aspect of Hinkle would make him need to know Grim Fandango, Khazard.
Yeah, so I was correct in that I was wrong. In the way I was wrong, I was correct. I was thinking of quarts, which is 2 pints in 1 quart. So yes, it's 5 quarts, and that's what I was thinking of. It is 10 pints.
Nope, stop. Oh, there we go. Gotta pin them to the walls. We gotta decorate this place.
And I believe you can live with 3 pints. Or, sorry, 3 quarts, so 6 pints.
In VC, Shima.
1 sec. Oh, right, from Team Fortress. Yes, okay, I do remember this now. The Team Fortress 2-bit.
Oh, I missed. Oh. Dang, he didn't vaporize. That was a point-blank headshot with a shotgun.
Speaking of the Team Fortress 2 comics, I'm still a little upset that Pauling and Scout didn't... Oh, hold on a sec, actually. This might be more spoilers for people who don't read the TF2 comics.
For a while, man. It's fine. It's not like it's like...
Those other things have been out for even longer, and I still got yelled at.
Here's the thing.
Those matter more.
Most people who are going to read that comic have already read it.
Yeah. Well, I'm still a little sad that Pauling and Scout didn't get together. I was really rooting for them. They are cute.
No grenades, that's why it's not working. The AI has a Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Someone came up around the side of me.
Gotcha. Can you get an election with that bare minimum blood and still live, or no? I don't know. Running an election with only 40% of your blood seems really hard. I feel like people would vote against you on principle. If you can't even keep track of your blood, how can they expect you to run a nation?
Or that you're a vampire and they're not going to trust you.
He meant to say election.
Yeah. That's actually an interesting topic of going off how little blood do you need, and then also how little blood could you have where getting an erection would kill you because of the redirection of blood flow.
Well, for Willem Dafoe, it's getting an erection and all kills you.
Wait, what?
Is that true? Is that true?
I don't know if it's true, but have you seen Willem Dafoe's penis?
No.
No, have you?
Why is this?
Yes.
Is this common knowledge?
Yeah, his penis is enormous. Like literally.
Is this in a movie or something? Does he show?
I think his penis is in a movie, but it's his actual penis.
I just want to know if you just saw it in a movie, or are you looking up Willem Dafoe porn or something?
I can't remember how it came up in a conversation, but somebody told me Willem Dafoe has an enormous penis, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And I googled it, and he does indeed have an enormous penis.
There we go.
You know, you were Hinkle when you said that his penis was in a movie. I know that you were meaning that it was depicted in a scene in a movie, but my first thought was that it had starred in a film itself.
Starring Willem Dafoe's penis.
Willem Dafoe's penis as Citizen Kane.
No, it's I was gonna ask if it was gonna get top billing or bottom billing before realizing that either one of them could be the name of the film.
Bottom billing.
William Dafoe's penis in top billing.
He had a body double in a film because of its size. A body double to play his penis?
No, a body double.
It's that big. He needs a separate body double.
Penis. Just because his penis is so big, it's off-putting.
Hi, I'm Willem Dafoe's penis. You might remember me from such films as Green Goblin, Ball Gobblers.
Like, you need to Google it. It's
I don't think we need to.
like completely flaccid. It is like down halfway down his thigh.
Jesus Christ.
Goes through like the entire celebrity life cycle. Like 10 years from now, we see William Dafoe's penis on infomercials trying to sell you blenders and shit.
William Dafoe's penis had a bad crack epidemic in the 90s.
Ironically, it's not selling Viagra pills or testosterone pills.
I think if you took Viagra, he would die. Like that's what I'm saying. Is like his penis is so...
Callard's begging us to talk about One Piece. Well, Callard, we're talking about One Piece of Willem Dafoe. Because it's that big.
Have any of you played Resident Evil? I think it's 2 with William, whatever his name is.
William, I don't like
William Birkin.
Yeah, William, whatever his name is. The guy who he gets turned into a mutant after he injects himself in his arm or his stomach, depending on which one you're. Okay, it's that scene where the organism's head emerges and overtakes his head and mutates him. But it's William Dafoe.
Why is his penis coming from inside of him?
Well, see, now I'm just starting to picture that. You know, now I'm just picturing a scene where it'd be like Willem Dafoe in the club. He sees a hot girl and he just gets like the Green Goblin whispers, but from his penis.
We have focused on a very not the correct part of the thing that I wanted to focus on here.
William.
Somehow, me bringing this up has turned into the concept of Willem Dafoe's penis having autonomy for some reason. And I just wanted to talk about how big his penis is.
It's so big it has sentience. Is what we're getting at. It's so big it's sapient. It has its own nervous system. I mean, generally, when you think about it, there are nerves in the penis, and if Willem Dafoe's penis is that big, I bet there's more nerves in Willem Dafoe's penis than there are in most small mammals. So,
you know
Willem
what?
Dafoe's
That's
penis.
fascinating. That's true.
When we began this experience, decentralized nervous systems, and the penis was not where I thought that this was going to go.
This is a fascinating fight we have here, and I can't believe you didn't. Oh, you were reloading.
Yeah, I auto reloaded.
I'm just saying it must be bigger than a squirrel, so it must be smarter than a squirrel.
It's bigger, so it must be smart.
I don't think it's not smarter than the squirrel because it doesn't have a brain, but it is probably smarter than many fungi.
What if it's in the head, though?
I don't know. Fungi are pretty extensive.
What's in the head?
The brain.
Yes, the brain is in the head. What the fuck is your point?
The penis has a head.
Yeah, the head of the penis.
Oh, the head of the penis. Oh my god.
What if decentralization goes all the way down?
What the fuck are we talking about?
Well, no. If the nervous system being decentralized means that Venus can be sentient, follow that the head and its derivative nervous system within the body, the shaft, would also be its own thing.
I mean, it's actually
this infinitely derivative in terms of consciousness until it's just basically John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah, I was just about to say we are slowly just evolving into Willem Dafoe being the Thing.
What I was going
secretly the Thing is the story.
No, see, that would be the name of the porno movie starring William Dafoe's The Thing.
Willem! His name is Willem! God damn it! W-I-L-L-E-M. Willem.
Callard says, I was expecting Fear and Hunger this stream, not Fear and Penis. No, see, Callard, we're on Fear and Thirst, technically.
Sorry, Willem Dafoe's Thing, the Thing, is really funny.
I was just going to add...
Basically, we're slowly moving towards the point where we're just asking Cronenberg to direct the pornography.
I was going to say that. Okay, so you know how octopus arms have
It's
so many
not the
nerves
same
in
without
them.
practical effect.
Octopus arms have so many nerves in them, they each kind of act like an individual brain of the octopus. If you cut off an octopus arm, it'll move around on its own, independent of its home body. So I imagine if you cut off Willem Dafoe's penis, it has so many nerves in it, it'll act like an octopus arm and start crawling around on its own.
Dying.
I'm just picturing. Okay, now I'm imagining, like, he's showing up and trying to free the full penis, and it's just like a cartoon sketch.
What?
Okay, so if it's intelligent enough that it should be free, like environment, like animal activists start showing up to liberate Defoe's penis by force.
The live-action remake of the anime Parasite is getting really weird.
Penis sight.
That's what happens when you have an eyeball on your penis.
He's like one of those yokai.
You got, oh yeah.
Oh, hey, a thing.
Now,
This would be the best opening to any of your
yeah,
ever.
I wonder
watch
what's
that
more
movie.
cursed, this stream topic or the Super Mario one where we talked about horse sphincters for like an hour.
Oh, this
It
one
was
by
not
far.
an hour.
This one by far.
I mean, the horse sphincter thing
horse
is
sphincter-
genuinely fascinating.
Yeah.
And William Dafoe's penis is not.
I mean, it's also, I mean, a horse, it ends pretty quickly. A horse sphincter is surprisingly perfect at cutting things. End of story. It's hard to kind of expand off of that. The number of nerves in Willem Dafoe's penis, given its size, is actually an interesting.
Yeah, we focused pretty much on the function of the horse sphincter. It didn't go into this bizarre territory in which we started talking about like a horror movie focusing on a horse sphincter.
What the conversation has become is what gents of nerve tissue, if any, does independent intelligence emerge?
Ask the fungi that may or may not have independent intelligence.
Or I bring up again, octopus arms have so many nerves in them, they basically function as a separate brain. Each arm is as big of a brain, so to speak, as the actual brain of the octopus.
I don't know what's more, what I'm finding more disappointing. The fact that I'm thinking, man, this is really going to hurt any sort of crossover promo with Willem Dafoe in the future, or the fact that this conversation is making me much better at the gunplay.
This is just this whole conversation was just really roundabout world building for Maeve's arm.
You cut it off, it becomes independent.
This is taking up just enough of my brain cells to make me work on autonomous instinct for the game.
Also, why would this ruin
You know
a
what
deal
happens?
Because he's gonna hear about it, and I don't know, he'll be upset that like he wasn't a part of the conversation.
We're talking about how big his penis is. That's only going to be a compliment.
Well, if he's like,
Go,
why didn't you invite me
I
on the stream? I could have answered all these questions.
Vigil, what are you saying?
You know what would be? Sorry, I was gonna say what needs to happen is Maeve explains exactly how her arm works, and Jan just says, like William Dafoe's penis, with like zero context or elaboration.
How is it like what?
What?
Whose?
For context for people watching, Maeve is my character from an upcoming tabletop game we're going to be playing who has an alien octopus arm.
I need to finish my character sheet still.
Film a foes a penis conversations.
for the one
Top
shot?
tier,
Oh,
Callard.
here. Okay, yeah.
Were you saying you need to finish your character sheet for that one shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still planning on running it. I'm just delayed due to Keel being down here.
I got my
At
character
this
go
point,
over.
it seems like I'm
Alright,
just gonna-
I need to... he heard the conversation. Yeah, at some point in the future, we'll be doing a tabletop stream, guys, if you would be
Yeah.
doing a system
Yeah,
Vigil here made.
Yeah, I ended up. One sec. I really need to turn the volume down on the stream somehow because I'm having to shout.
There's a
over it to
thing
be heard.
on like the bottom right.
Yeah, I've got it up to like.
Yeah, I have to
Okay,
lower
now
it.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I had to lower the stream volume. Now the stream volume is like 37.
Who's going to be the table
Anyway,
bottom? Hinkle.
Why does there what?
It's a tabletop.
Okay.
Why does there need to be a table bottom
Right.
just because there's a tabletop?
Because you gotta have balance in the relationship.
Well, if there's the top, there has to be a bottom. Like,
30 minutes. Because we just spent 30 minutes making it weird, and it's going to take all stream to get away from.
Will
Okay,
Dafoe's
okay,
penis?
Yeah, I won't say it again for the rest of the night. In that same exact order. I might use those words individually.
The penis of Willem Dafoe. Oh!
Whoa, that guy's got you.
Anyway,
Who does?
I didn't know if we'd mentioned, or if anyone had mentioned the.
Will Dafoe's penis.
Hey, what's better, this
No.
machine gun or this Gauss rifle?
the tabletop stream. I ended up writing fittingly enough, an action horror tabletop game. It's about 400 pages long.
Accidentally.
Semi-accidentally.
accidentally a tabletop system.
Man, I hate it
It
when
was
that
a-
happens.
It was an action horror system based semi-loosely on the World of Darkness line of games. For those who aren't familiar, it's the same franchise as Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, the popular PC game from like 20 years ago.
2005.
Hey, just
Oh
like
my
this
god,
game.
that's 20 years ago.
Vampire, there was well before 2005.
Oh, shit, 2004, actually. November 16th, 2004. So it's over 20 years now.
That's the video game. But
It's old enough to drink.
I should be using this more for my sneak shots.
And I'm looking forward to it as I,
We're gonna,
Are you using a
we're gonna
mouse?
do
What?
Are you using a mouse?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this was a PC game first, so I figured it's probably built for a
Yeah,
keyboard. and mouse.
I just sometimes your movements make me wonder if it's a mouse.
it is for that reason I actually, the character I plan to play in Vigil's upcoming one-shot is a vampire, because I recently played Vampire Masquerades and really liked it, and so I wanted to make my first character a vampire for this one-shot.
Oh,
It's
shit.
always-
Sorry, not to cut you off. I was gonna make a fairy, and now I can't remember what type of fairy I was actually gonna make.
I've
Wasn't it a
been
dwarf?
dancing around with a bunch of different ideas for a Frankenstein's monster of some manner. I still don't
Yeah,
know.
I know the plot. I have the idea of the plot in mind.
If I remember correctly, Scruffy had a wolfman of sorts, so if we have a vampire, a Frankenstein, and a wolfman,
That'd be pretty funny.
getting all of our Universal pictures covered.
Alright, Kaz, you need to be a mummy.
Or
I
the-
still
or-
think the fact that I decided to call a group of
Yeah, they clearly see him.
No, they don't. No, they don't. If the thumbnail of the VOD isn't the
map.
shadow of Willem Dafoe's penis looming over Point Man and Alma, I'll be disappointed. Oh, I don't want to have to look that up, Khazard.
I don't want any penis looming over Alma. Alma balls.
Do you have a grenade you can throw down there?
Oh, I actually do.
But anyway, we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
We're going to do it.
Oh!
A stream of that at some point, probably like
Probably
2
just shot that dude in the penis.
Yeah,
Would we-
sometime after I move, which is February 1st is when I'm moving.
Oh yeah. I'm probably just gonna stay down here until spring. I don't know what's going on with my heat, or if there's even anything with it.
Where are you?
Probably. I'm downstairs, and I've been downstairs since the day after the election because it was really, really cold in my room one night,
Oh,
and my assumption was the heat was broken, but
mhm.
I've been up and down several times over the last few weeks. Because what is that? after that happened, I got sick like a week later. Before.
Oh
we could
yes,
get
I remember
some-
that. Yeah.
Yeah, so kind of been arguing about, well, was it broken or is it broken or was I just getting sick and I didn't realize it?
Mm-hmm.
Because I've been up there a couple of times since then, and it kind of varies as to whether it's. The point is, I got sick and we never bothered to investigate it, and then the holidays came and we never bothered to investigate it. So my entire just been ignored
Right.
and quarantined for this entire time. So I don't actually even know if there's anything wrong with the heating or if this is all just like us.
Before I continue that conversation, I do want to ask. I want to ask Khazard if he's saved any time recently.
Somewhat. Save again.
Okay.
I'll do it more recently.
Hinkle.
I was
Vigil's
just
been
thinking.
down, it says the day after the election, in his bunker. So I wanted to make that joke
But I
at
was
the
gonna
start.
say, I mean, it's possible that the air conditioning is having a hard time pushing the air upwards. That it's technically working fine. It's just fine is not good enough.
That's considering heat naturally rises.
Not
Yeah,
in
that's
a-
true. Usually that's a problem with air
I'm in a
conditioning, not
two-story-
heating.
Well, I'm in a 2-story house, and last October I got a new furnace.
You blew that
And
guy.
the furnace is upstairs. So, I don't think it's anything. The question is whether that would be malfunction. Like I said, what it boils down to is we never bothered to look into it at all. It was just easier for me to just abandon my room for the entirety of the last 2 months because it broke or something, and then I got sick, and then.
Oh boy. Sorry, we're at a
Holiday.
horror part now.
Oh god, we're getting the Green Goblin whispers. Willem Dafoe's penis, is that you?
Don't put on any crowns you find.
You're lying!
It was a firefight.
It was a firefight. Man, Willem Dafoe has been centric to 2 of these F.E.A.R streams now.
Oh!
Oh, move!
Fire in the
That's-
hole!
Yeah, that's a man. That was a pinpoint thrown grenade.
That's what they
Gosh.
say when Willem Dafoe puts his penis in something.
That's true.
I was thinking for the Shrouded Earth stream, would we do anything like visuals? Like, would we do like? Because I assume we would have like
Wait,
a
wait.
tabletop.
Oh, okay, I thought this was playing, like something from the Nutcracker or something, the music.
What?
Kaz has asked about that. I don't know exactly how we're going to do it yet,
Don't!
other than I'm probably going to outsource to somebody else rolling
There's
all
a first
of the
aid on the
dice.
wall.
I mean, I was just gonna draw
So,
something for
Why are you
a
not
stream
picking up the
image.
first aid on the wall?
Oh, I guess I forgot to do it before the save.
I was also
So,
thinking if we have like an AI generator on hand, we can like make AI scenes of as they happen, put it up on screen.
No, I don't think I'm going to do that.
I was
I'm
just gonna
do-
make a
No.
still image just to put on the screen or something.
That works. I mean, somebody could maybe do impromptu grids for the fights, but
I don't know.
Ah.
We'll figure it out. But, probably not a lot of visual aids. It's just going to be us sitting around talking while I run the game.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple
wanna-
of
Well, I mean,
visuals.
I thought she was just more talking about visuals for the stream itself.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
yeah.
the interest.
I mean, I'll probably have some food or something. I guess what we could do is, like Kaz said, he can draw like a default screen or something, and then if I have a visual or a auditory to put up, that it can be put over after, and then when it stops being relevant, to just return to the home screen.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean that, or we could just do the basic roll 20 with icons on it thing.
yeah.
Do that man in half.
Yeah, jeez.
Scruffy also brought up an intro. What do you guys do for XWAD when, like, in combat, as far as, like character placement? Like, are you playing on a grid, or...?
Now, World of Darkness games in general are usually theater of the mind. Positioning is not that important.
Interesting. Okay.
Unless there would be a physical reason you couldn't reach them normally.
Yeah, because like
I've
even
drawn
having
couple-
the Shrouded Earth rules, that range is more of a Like, what is it? How would you explain it? Like, basically,
It's cinematic.
Yeah.
Okay. If someone, the way I explained it exactly is that if someone is in range for ranged, you are also in range for ranged. So you can be out of melee range, but you cannot be out of range if you're still able to hit somebody, unless a power specifically notes otherwise.
So it's like basically, if you're in combat, you can be hit by ranged.
Yes. Or whether you could be hit by melee or not depends on whether logically someone would be able to reach you.
Like, generally the way I think of it is that most characters in these games, especially Exalted, most of the characters are fast enough to clear any difference, like any distance in the same turn. So generally it's not necessary to have a grid because at any point anyone could reach almost anyone on the map.
Yeah,
with the
plus,
exception
and there's
of,
so
like,
many skills
Yeah,
that
it's
let
all-
you move at high speeds or far distances. Could I jump down there?
Yeah.
I
ended up.
Oh,
I've drawn
nope. Oh, that's where I was supposed to go.
answer. I've drawn battle maps a couple of times, Hinkle, for general positioning, but usually it's not very important because, like Shima said, I mean, I'll give you an example. Scruffy's character, depending on
There's story happening. Hold on.
Network is offline.
Okay. But
Oh.
my only concern / question about that is what, as it regards to like AOE's and stuff.
the way it works in Shrouded Earth is that AoEs usually ignore the defense of small enough battle groups of massed combat units. So if you have an AoE, well, there's two different ways it could work. First of all, is it designates the number of total stat blocks it affects. So if you have a power that attacks multiple characters, like the vampire power Celerity, which lets you move quickly, it specifies that you can attack
I can't go.
your rank +2 enemies. And what an enemy is simply a stat block, whether it's an individual or whether it's a mass combat unit. So let's say there was a mass combat unit, a battle group of 20 people, and then there was also 4 individual characters of note. And your power lets you attack rank +2. So three targets. You could hit 2 of those guys and the mass combat unit, or you could hit 3 of them. The point is, it designates primarily based on the number of stat blocks affected, rather than the amount of geographic area affected.
Okay. I guess that is a way
And
around
some
it.
powers, like
Oh wait, this game. Oh no, this gun's out.
Yeah, this is one of those situations, Khazard, where the game is just like, I dare you to continue forward.
but some powers they just ignore the defense of mass combat units.
I think
and
there's
that's the
lore
advantage
happening.
of
Hold on.
their scale.
Maybe not.
I guess. Oh wait, I hear voice. Oh, I think that's just the screen. Vigil, would you want to make a publicly available PDF for when we do the stream for people watching to like look at it?
Yeah, I'll probably. I just don't know if I'll do it before the stream or after the stream.
And I'm also sorry I've been struggling so hard to finish writing up stuff about Ark.
What was that?
Okay, anyway.
Oh yeah, no hurries on that.
There's horror
hurry on
happening
that.
right now.
Yeah, then I'll finish what I was saying.
Okay, which?
Let me know when I can.
Okay, is this door open?
Let me know when I can.
No.
Wait, go back for a
Am I-
diet. I want a diet squish. Oh wait, Dick Squish is what it was. That's what I called it last time.
Dick squish.
Don't you want a fizzy hole?
Oh, fizzy hole. I've got a fizzy hole. I ate Subway.
Still horror.
Well, that was still horror.
Oh no, it's just the ghost going into his office to do those Jenkins reports.
Imagine dying and still having to go to work. That would just be the fucking worst.
Jelking reports?
Jenkins. Yeah, do you think Japanese ghosts deal with that a lot?
Jelking?
No, dying and then still having to go to work the next morning.
Yeah, no, they die in the...
Stay out of my way.
Oh, well, you're in the ceiling. I'm okay.
Who are you, guy? Did you see a
Stay
figure,
out of
or
his
did you-
way!
Did you see something go up there, or was it just the voice?
There was a floosh.
Yeah, a tile moved, like pulled
It
back.
went whoosh, and it was scary.
Oh,
Anyway,
I hate.
bro, why are you sleeping on the job?
He's literally sleeping on the job.
Oh, this only has 15 bullets. I'm gonna... Why? Oh, that was just the swap, okay. Where's his gun?
Anyway, to finish answering Hinkle's question, for XWAD, it's a lot less formalized. So I've had to make some house rules to try and arbitrate that, most of which are just much less refined versions of the rules that have been Predator.
see.
Because in XWAD, it does go by geography.
Oh,
It's
on the
just,
other side.
like I said, characters can often move. So, like, Scruffy's character can move, depending on the circumstances, somewhere between 80 and 810 miles an hour. So, what am I doing with a battle map?
Right. That's been my struggle with making the One Piece tabletop RPG, is deciding whether or not I want a grid. I keep going back and forth.
I haven't played with. I was just gonna say I haven't played with a grid in a long time because ever since playing Femto games, it's been almost exclusively theater of the mind format, which was really into me when I first started. But now it's very convenient not having to worry about a map in general.
It's just specifically AoEs that make it problematic. Trying to declare to the DM, I want to be out of range of his AoE attack. And then, but having no, mechanical way to declare that, these two characters are far enough apart that your AoE is not going to work
It seems
on both of us.
You know, it's funny, because I was going to say, remember Blizzard kept flip-flopping back and forth on that for World of Warcraft, where they tried capping AoEs because that was the meta for doing dungeons. Just gather all the enemies in one spot, and everybody throw their AoE at the same time to kill everything.
Well, that's
So
interesting
they're
how they
like-
tried to stop that.
Well, because they were like, okay, let's make it, because some classes were obviously way better than others, and certain specs were way better. Like a rogue,
Right.
a rogue has no AoE. They have cleave where they attack 2 targets at most, and that's it. So rogues, you don't want to rogue. Well, it's because you don't want to rogue for a dungeon. So when this is the meta for the mythical dungeons,
You want to rogue for a boss, though.
well, yeah, for a boss, but depending on the dungeon, some dungeons have more mobs than others, and some bosses spawn mobs. So, I would assume if a dungeon has a boss that spawns mobs, rogues start to fall off a bit. So, to try to counter this, they put a cap on AoEs where different classes' abilities would stop doing damage after a certain number of targets. Like, a mage AoEs hit 10 targets and that's it.
When did they do
A
this?
Death Knight's like I said, they flip-flopped. So it's like mage can hit 10, hunters can hit 7, Death Knights can hit 5, warriors can hit 3. They had numbers. Then they're like, okay, we'll make it so instead of doing no damage past that number, it will do lesser damage after that number. And I think they also had a phase of there's no cap on how many you can hit, but it will do less damage for every enemy in the AoE. And they just kept bouncing between all these different ideas, and I don't know what they're on right now, but...
I never even knew they did any of that.
Yeah, so AoEs do seem like a very hard thing to plan around. Though I guess they brought on themselves by just making so many trash mobs at people who are like, this is much easier to go through it than playing the game normally.
I mean, I think that is normal. I mean, Final Fantasy XIV certainly regards it as normal. That's just how you play the game, and I think that's a cool thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Apparently, Blizzard disagrees, even though they're the ones making the game, and then they see the players doing this and like, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. So There's some
Can't just
disconnect
sync up
there.
all your AoEs. It's playing too well. It's playing too smart.
Also, I like the post-it
Yeah.
notes here. We got khakis, Call Mel, and American Cowboy.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought-
like I said, the way Shrouded Earth handles it is really like older Final Fantasies. You just cast Iraga and it hits 3 guys. It hits 3 guys.
Interesting.
The only thing that varies is whether you
Oh,
scrub.
Did you see that? Did you see the other thing?
yeah, the guy cartwheeling
Yeah.
through the doors.
That wasn't a guy.
Oh,
It was just
Big
tossing him
fireball
through.
or a bunch of little fireballs.
Also, how did you pronounce it? Firaga?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Firaga. I thought I heard you say it some other way, and I thought I had been saying it wrong all these
No,
years.
no.
Iraga.
no, we're playing.
He did say Firega.
We're playing F.E.A.R.
Firaga. I cast Firaga.
Oh, we got phone lore. Hold on.
Okay, well,
Okay,
get it.
Donald, don't!
Message. First message
Chat.
from an outside number. Peter, it's Carla at Hudson Avionics. Where is everybody? I can't reach anyone over there. I need to talk to Brett about this draft he sent over, but he hasn't returned my call. It's really important he gets back to me as soon as possible. Okay? Thanks. End of messages.
Yeah, first we gotta worry about Chet. Now we gotta worry about Brett.
Brett and Chet.
Oh
You
man,
really need Brett and Chet in your party for this?
they're brothers. I'm not gonna separate them.
I'm Alma's brother!
Alma.
All my balls.
I was gonna say that, but I decided it was vulgar and not funny.
I said it. I said it
I-
earlier.
Shima
I-
has no qualms about those topics.
I was thinking about saying it because it was vulgar and unfunny.
You've been locked in the room, Zelda style.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Okay, here's what you do. You backflip into the wall 10 times to build up speed. You'll eventually phase through the wall, and you'll spawn at the Ganon encounter at the end of the game.
That's fairly
Oh!
accurate.
Oh!
Ah! Holy moly!
Oh god, he's like a spider! What the fuck?
What a sneaky deaky.
Scary, man.
Oh,
he's-
jeez!
Oh, there he is! Yeah, holy smokes! I was about to ask, since we started this level, I haven't seen any new enemies. And this guy, man, these guys certainly deliver for new enemies. Holy smokes.
Oh my
Just
god.
out of
gotta,
nowhere.
Gotta listen for them little fast feet.
They're
I
very
saw your
fast.
shade there!
Freaking ninjas.
Speaking of fakes Blizzard's cut out, they're using the same tactics they took out of Heroes of the Storm.
God, don't talk about Heroes of the Storm.
I'm
Keep
going
talking
to
about it.
to clarify for the chat, it's the you can see the faint
Oh, there's the
Dude,
guy.
I
Do you
saw
see
you
him?
over there. You can
Yeah,
see
here
the
he
faint
comes.
shimmer
Man, he's
like that.
fast.
See that?
God, yeah, they're fast. Oh, there's another one right behind him.
Is there?
Yeah,
No,
I see
I
another
think-
shadow behind him. See?
I think that's just the trails of my bullets. The faint shimmer you can see of them where they're invisible, but if you have a good eye, you can pick it up.
Yeah.
They got
They
rid
got
of
their
that Heroes
Predator
of the
camo.
Storm because it was what would they say? I think it was too skill heavy or something, or unfair to untrained eyes or people that didn't know what to look for in competitive sense. So they're like, we're gonna change how stealth works.
So we're gonna ruin.
Just learn how to
Nova.
watch for the predator.
Yeah.
They ruined one of my favorite characters. I loved playing as Nova. I also just love Nova. She got a donk.
Games this?
Heroes of
Heroes
the
of the
Storm,
Storm.
the Blizzard MOBA,
What is a MOBA?
Dota, League of Legends.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it stands for something. MOBA.
Multiplayer
depends on who
online
you
battle
ask.
arena.
That's what some people will tell you it stands for.
Mother of all bombs?
That's not enough
MOBA.
letters.
Yeah, you have the A and B mixed up. MOBA, not Moab.
Mother
I
of
still-
bombs, comma all.
I still contend that it stands for mob-oriented battle arena. That's how people used to use it. And I feel like that's the key factor here. Like, every competitive video game is a MOBA if it just stands for Multiplayer Online Battle Arena.
Oh, that was me kicking the trash can. Alright, we got more lore. Hold on.
You have 3.
Describe how Animal Crossing Horizons fits that definition.
I said competitive.
Chuck Habert. I've analyzed the readings and I'm recommended we suspend.
Are you not competitive?
what's causing the synchronization. The
Sped
patterns are identical to
Perseus.
what we saw last time, but obviously the consequences would be a hell of a lot.
Is this the first time we're hearing of Perseus?
Message from
Yeah, first.
Chuck Haberger, I got your message. Maybe you've forgotten that when this happened before, Fettel was only a child. And the fallout of that fuck-up was that Origin had to be permanently shut down. This time we're talking about a highly trained military commander with a telepathic link to hundreds of soldiers that don't think for themselves.
A streamer at his
Don't worry
chat.
about being behind schedule now. Imagine what'll happen if we end up with a full-scale revolt.
next message from
Marshal Disler.
Hi, it's Marshall. Just got off the phone with Chuck Habeger. Really worried about his findings. He said he talked to you about suspending the program temporarily, and I've got to agree. If there's even the slightest chance of another synchronicity event, we've got to take it seriously. Head
Synchronicity.
over to the Perseus compound.
Synchronicity.
Why don't you give me a call on my cell and let's discuss this.
end of messages.
Fucking Chuck, that tattletale.
I hate Chuck. He's not as good as Chet. Isn't that right, Chet?
Yeah.
I prefer
This-
Brett to Chet.
This is a Chet household. All Chucks get out.
What about Brett?
Brett's alright. But he should push his luck.
So you're saying it was formerly Chuck's?
This is Marshall Sneed.
The Sneed Man.
There's another chance of a Sneed chronicity event. Please.
I saw the lightning.
The
Also,
Chucky
to
Quincy's
answer your
will be
question,
dire.
Hinkle, Animal Crossing is competitive. My island is better than all of yours.
I have the most money, so.
Do you?
Yeah, I have the Banana Republic.
Set up a Banana Republic? That's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Bananas are a pretty good fruit.
There's actually no bananas in my Banana Republic.
He's
Oh.
letting foreign companies run his government.
I always liked the Gnome Secret Police. That was my favorite part of Hinkle Stand.
Thank you.
I forget. Did you find all the things I left over your island when we had that group stream?
Yes, it was very annoying.
What did I leave again? I can't even remember.
Bunch of axes.
All right.
Although I actually,
Why did I pick?
I started using them as the way I hit rocks.
See,
So
I helped you.
they ended up being useful.
All right. I think I did have
They release
pitfalls
another.
yet.
You convinced me to get a Switch too.
What?
Should
Yeah,
boot up my
That was
island.
weird.
It's been like a year.
Yeah, I had to stop.
Oh,
Now's
it's a
as
radio.
good a time as any to go visit the island for the first time in ages.
I can't. It just takes up way too much of my time.
Not like a day, but like, hey, go to spend 10 minutes walking around. Like, oh right, I remember this.
Not the way I play it.
Their cover story's falling apart. They're now
Move
going from.
closer to it. I can't hear it in stream. Where's the source coming
Oh,
from?
here it is.
But we've heard nothing since. Police are urging citizens to remain at home and say there is very little danger.
Yeah, so it went from just a company accident to there's army helicopters.
Rodriguez coming to us live from the Plaza Arcade downtown. Today's crisis at Armacam comes on the heels of a report that one of its vice presidents was kidnapped at gunpoint this morning.
I stopped playing because I had done almost everything that there was to do in the game. There was a couple of things, but
I have
nothing
set
that
up.
I was willing to put in the time to do.
I have set up so many chores for myself. It was taking me like 2 hours a day. I have too many other video games I want to play, and it was just
Kinda-
eating my brain. I just had to stop thinking about it.
It just started getting tedious after a point trying to play the turnip market, and I'm like, I'm getting bored with this.
I filled out my entire museum, and I'm like, I'm good. I don't need
Even
to.
the paintings.
Yeah.
Oh, good
For
job.
me, it was running out. it was running out of outfits and furniture that I was interested in, because my favorite part of it was decorating and redecorating my character. I was just playing dress-up dollies with the character.
I never
And
finished.
once I had run out of
You go.
new outfits and new things for room building, I lost interest.
I lost
And I
interest.
eventually-
Sorry.
I was just gonna say I lost interest, and then I kept playing it for like a year after that.
I lost interest
Because
when I
I'm-
realized that like there weren't various furniture sets, like there were in the previous Fire Emblem, Animal Crossing games. Like just having like the ranch furniture, the kitty furniture, I don't know that because then there's collections. And you can collect all the collections, and that's fun. But just having like generic names for furniture is just—it's not as fun to collect.
Well, it's because you're supposed to recolor them to
Well,
make.
I collected pretty much all of them. I
Yeah,
redecorated countless times. I had every outfit. I had to redo my storage repeatedly to get more room for every outfit. Color of
Oh,
every outfit. All the shoes. All the hair bows. Every hairstyle. Everything character customization is what I wanted.
like
not to spoil anything, but I think we're about to hit horror.
yeah, like I finished my whole museum, and then it's like I did finish doing all the renovations to my island I wanted to do, but I'm like, I kind of got everything I wanted. I don't need to collect all the items, and some of these achievements, like craft 100,000 tools. I'm not gonna waste time on that.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
the
an
way I was
achievement
playing the
crafting
game.
100,000.
Which gets to one gripe I have with achievements of no sane person is gonna do that in normal gameplay.
You're
Stop
right,
stop
you're
doing
wrong.
that, developer. You're not a
You're-
normal person.
The way I was playing the game, I went through like 3 tools a day.
And even then, that's not going to come anywhere close to how much that it would be.
I think things are about to get
I'll tell you
spooky.
another thing is that there really wasn't anything to do with your villagers.
Yeah, because there's also like
Yeah.
doing villager tasks, but it's like it's just getting them.
Well, you could
one
max
thing.
out your friendship with a villager and then get their picture, and so that was something you could do. And I kind of wanted to get all the pictures.
Jesus,
Oh.
you just dropped 5 feet.
I
I
need
don't
drink.
think the whole. Oh, too bad.
Weren't there furniture sets with like the holiday stuff, like with Christmas and holiday? Oh, ninja.
What's that
Oh.
going on in the window there?
That's another ninja.
Yeah, dropping down.
Ugh.
There it is. You see the shimmer. Get him. Get him.
That was almost good.
I like how they're running on all 4s. They're straight up feral.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's creepy.
Did you get him? I see one body. There he is. He's rolling.
And he's hating.
Damn.
Ah, look at him jiggle.
He's
He took,
riding dirty.
he took a couple of buckshots.
Yeah, they got good body armor.
Can I
I hope
take
they
it?
do release another Animal Crossing on Switch 2.
They
That might
probab-
actually con-
They definitely will release a new Animal Crossing, if only because it's like massive
What?
now.
I
What could they
stand
do for
by
the
my
next-
state. Yeah, they need to make it different.
Yeah, they
The-
have to.
when-
They've done something different with each game, and I'm curious what the gimmick.
But
with
no,
the
I
new
wouldn't.
one
I would
be.
say they haven't really. They've done vague aesthetic differences, but each one's sort of just been a escalation over the last one, but not really different. In the same way that, like, yeah, when you perfect a franchise the way Animal Crossing New Horizons has, the next one has to capture the essence, but in a different way. And I think I've said this before, even on stream. I think the next one should be in a city. Not like City Folks where you're next to a city.
I was
and
just gonna
visit the
say like a
city,
city
but, like,
builder.
yeah, like maybe you're building. Like my thought is like the bulk of the game is in a single apartment building, and like instead of having the villagers have their own houses, they have apartments in your apartment building, and then you would like
Oh.
also have like
That'd be
like
kind
the
of
bottom
neat. Yeah, you
floor
go-
would be like a mall.
Well, no, see
you know, arrange all the
that
floors
just
and
makes me
stuff.
upset because that's gonna be Tamagotchi life too, and I want that more.
But,
You see, this is another advantage to Hinkle's model is it's the only way to make Tom Nook more evil than he is in New Horizons when he's selling timeshares by just straight up making him a slumlord.
Anything that
Like
makes Tom Nook even more.
New Horizons was fulfilling the millennial dream of finally owning a house, and then the next one is just fuck you, rent is 3,000 bells.
Do it the first of the month.
Oh my god, I would love to go around and collect rent from all your tenants.
You want to be Tom Nook's enforcer?
Like, you could either get, like, you could have, like, the option to either collect rent from them or say, yeah, you're fine this month, and gain friendship with them.
Isabella,
and you could
fall behind on rent.
Forcibly evict them if you wanted.
Yeah. That's how you get new villagers.
Alright, hold on. I found an Alienware laptop.
The data's uploading now.
This is
Something
like,
called Icarus. It says here that it was a bioengineering program that started in 1973. Something about health issues related to microgravity, loss of muscle mass, bone density, shit like that.
This is the plot of Gundam.
that's it.
Okay.
I
They
love
tried
Slum-
Gundam.
I love Slumlord Tom Nook. Sounds like a great direction.
You're implying he's not already one.
Oh, he sells timeshares.
That's all. That's as far as you know.
Like, yeah, if Animal Crossing doesn't do something like that, I probably won't get it just because I can't do it again. I want to, I can't.
You know, they also got a good way of expanding on something new because they made Pocket Camp, you know, they made an offline version of it for phones. So it's like, hey, they got the whole cutesy cozy one that's, you know, for people to go to for a while now. So they could totally go different for the next one.
And Pocket Camp again just swallowed my life for a while.
Is Norton Mapes? I'm an engineer.
Shit, it's a civilian. Give him a comm link.
Fuck, he's fat.
Rude.
How have you been surviving? Just eating all the Twinkies that you can find?
No, he's been eating all the other employees.
You're subsisted entirely on water.
How is he so... He looks like Fat Bastard.
Oh, who are you people?
The good guys. Are you alright?
Oh, sure. I'm having a hell of a time.
You said you're an engineer? Can you help me get into the network?
These walls look a little
What am
bare.
I, an IS lackey? Tell you what, you disable the local security system, and I'll see what I can do about the server.
I can disable it remotely once I'm logged in.
No, you can't. It's on a separate network.
Why does he sound like Louis Anderson a bit?
Maybe he
Doesn't he look like Fat Bastard to anybody else? He has
Why do
to.
you want us to bring down the security system anyway?
I don't
Sure.
trust this guy.
Mind why? You
Oh,
want
see,
my
that's how
help,
he's living.
That's the price.
He's so short, too.
Just wait here.
So spherical.
Spherical.
Ta-ta.
Hold on.
Run along.
Oh,
Damn, he's invincible.
dang, I can't hurt him.
Boomer!
I know.
Here, chat, you shoot out with shotgun. Bye-bye now. Go over there.
You just gonna stand here?
Actual body armor. You can't hurt him.
I have the strongest armor of all. Plot armor.
Yeah, with all those chips, that plot is huge.
I don't want to think about his plot, please.
You brought it up.
It's huge.
His
Tracts
BMI
of
is
land.
horrendous.
Okay, I was expecting after I crossed the slide he would, like, disappear because he's a ghost or something. The graphics in this game are impressive. They even got Casio perfectly recreated in advance.
Oh god, why is it just a meme to make fun of that man?
Because he encourages his audience to do it.
He's another streamer.
He's a very popular streamer who is overweight.
And his fan base is just a bunch of people who pay money to make fun of him.
I mean, it's working.
It's working. Jeez.
Oh man, look
It's
at all
a
these
living.
snacks.
I wish I could
Hey, you
make
think
money
that's his workspace?
No.
No, go back to it. I didn't see it.
I don't want to make an assumption.
Go back to it. I want to see it. Oh, scam.
Hey, he has a
It's
blinky
worse than
phone.
It's worse than my. It's worse than my room.
I was gonna
Blinky
say,
phone.
Shima, how accurate is this to you?
I do not have Cheetos bags everywhere. Or cheesy poofs.
No,
Poos.
they're cheesy poos.
I love cheesy poos.
Copy of Folks magazine.
Wait, is it like because it looks like a pile of poop?
I guess.
Cheesy poos.
You have one new message. First message from
Ian Hives. Norton, it's Ian Hives. Look, Alice Wade stopped by my office this morning, and I feel a little awkward saying this, but, well, I really need you to tone down the innuendo around her. It's not that I personally give a rat's ass, but the last thing we need right now is a sexual harassment case drawing unwanted attention to this task force. It's supposed to be a secret after all, okay? Thanks, Norton.
end of messages.
Look, Norton, I get it's impressive and all, but you really gotta stop talking about Willem Dafoe's penis to everybody that comes by your office.
Break his monitor, screw him.
I'm surprised it
Yeah.
didn't hurt you.
Why? It's just a monitor.
Screw you and your dual monitor setup.
Save.
I already saved.
He saved right before killing the guy, or trying to. There's a guy. They look
Yeah,
like
but-
normies for once. I think we're done with the. Don't see any ninjas.
Wow, I got him.
Oh, they're coming up the stairs. See 3 guys.
Ah, he saw me. Dang.
Oh, he's up the
I think he's in
stairs.
the darkness.
No, there's nothing there. He was
okay.
just able to shoot at me from below.
What is Toonami tomorrow?
What
it's
is
a-
it or when is it?
I was just gonna say, it's a program on Cartoon Network that shows anime.
Well, I assume,
Ah.
like, are you asking what's on it? Like, what the schedule is?
Yes, obviously that's what he's asking.
Shotgun sucks. I can't shoot a grenade.
Also, I
Yeah,
heard
but what do you want?
but that's not important, right?
Hospital, what is it?
It has 2 shows that I like to see called Mashal and Blue Exorcist on that I definitely want to catch up
Damn.
on. Other than that, it's 2. One is Invincible Fight Girl, which has already aired, so it's not necessary, but it's like at the beginning, so I have to watch the rest 2 shows. And then there's One Piece, which I can technically skip because I know the whole story, but it's fun watching the episodes week to week.
Okay, well, what time will you be free, if any?
Oh, give me a sec. 1 o'clock your time.
Yeah, all the new stuff ends at 2.
You won't be in September,
Most likely, yes.
so, yeah.
I might take off at 12:30. I can skip One Piece if you. But then from 12:30 to 1, are you planning to like tap out by 1?
I will probably be asleep by 1 o'clock, so.
And unless there's anything to do in that half hour.
No, anything that.
Well, you have a
late is-
lot of ammo for this gun. You don't have a lot of ammo. Oh, now you do.
Oh, look at all those guns. Oh, tour. I want to go for a tour.
That's not how it works.
You know, I was at one
It
time. I
was a
was at
touchscreen.
well, I was at the mall a bit ago. You know, for the holidays, they had one of those touch screen directories, and I'm like, oh, okay, this can help me find out where some of the stores are because you know some of the layout is new and such. And I'm touching the screen trying to have it pick the stuff, and it wasn't working. And I'm like, I really hope this is actually a touch screen because I look really stupid right now if it wasn't.
Was it a touchscreen?
It said it was. Wasn't working though.
They blew themselves up. They threw a grenade at a wall. You see that?
No, I threw the grenade.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard them
Wait,
say
how did you
grenade
get in
out,
here?
and then they.
There's a door on the opposite wall over there.
Is there? Oh, there is. I didn't even see that.
You have to go around, I
Ah.
assume.
Yeah, it's probably okay.
I just
Wait,
heard grenade out, and then I saw.
Signal disruptions have temporarily breached some of our security sectors. Make sure your machines are up to date with system updates. Recent... okay, it's looping.
What a fucking terrible way to
Yeah, it takes so long to
get your
read.
emergency message out.
Yeah, you think shrink the text a little and just have it blink on the screen.
Oh, dudes. You got dudes.
No
in the
way.
hallway.
Turn that man into a cloud.
He's on Cloud
That
9.
bitch Cloud.
No, he
Bitches
is
love
Cloud
clouds.
9 now.
Yeah, I hadn't. Last time I couldn't see you turn people into giblets like this.
No, I did it to one
It's
guy.
the shotgun in particular is very
Yeah,
good
I
for
remember
it.
I did it to one guy. I just could not stop laughing.
Yeah.
He's
It
blown
really-
people in half with it
Hurts
too.
guys. Double
That was
tap.
a necessary double tap.
No, he didn't get torn apart. I needed to make sure he was dead.
I'd use the health. You're kind of low.
Or save, one of the two.
Okay, there we go.
See, these guys aren't the only ones.
Oh, that's a lot of
in
ammo.
there.
Holy shit.
Nice. Yeah, because I killed him before he could use it. Hey, Pixel, how you doing?
That guy has a mic on his... Oh, no, wait, that's just a lamp. Never mind.
Yeah. I can't take it out.
Damn, he's got the bulletproof light.
He sprung
Okay,
for the
so-
bullet.
You want to go to the
Door
left down that
should
hallway.
be...
Shut the fuck up.
On your left here, see?
Oh yeah, this is probably where you had to go to shut down the system.
Oh wow, that's a lot of guns.
Is that a get? That's called a get? No.
A Gatuad. Gate.
She's got a
G2A2.
get. Do you want the Gatua to...
I just say take
It's a
whatever.
lot of
has the
it.
least amount
Okay.
of-
Yeah,
yeah.
this is way more ammo.
Wait, it's a submachine gun, though.
So
It's not as good ammo.
right. I should go for the Dom machine gun.
Oh my god. This machine gun is from Gem Beta.
Activate.
Oh, that's a checkpoint station. Wait.
To do it. Mr. Mapes, do you copy?
Oh, there he goes. Look at him. Look at him waddle.
There is that idiot.
They
Wait.
spank it
We'll
on
have
that.
to do this the hard way. Okay, find that server and reboot it.
Oh, he wanted us to hack the security system so he could just bolt out of here.
Is that Dennis Nedry?
What?
It's a
Where?
Jurassic Park joke.
Oh.
This is
Oh,
in regards to
Newman.
your earlier remark, Kaz. I couldn't let that slide, but I wanted to let the thing play out.
If I don't get booze, I'm not doing my job right.
What was the joke that made you blue?
That's ass Dom machine gun joke.
Hey, Shima,
Yes.
you said you read the thing I posted in XWAT about vampires?
Yes, I did. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to comment on it yet.
Please turn the fat guy into soap. I tried, but he had plot armor. All the bullets just sank into him and bounced back out.
Well,
I thought it was a very interesting, like the comparison between vampires to mob families based on the prospects of them both being beings of power that are technically outside the legal boundaries of society is a very on point comparison between the two. And I can definitely see where the relationships go in there, that crime mob families certainly do make a good inspiration for vampire clans, especially with the parts about having to inspire loyalty, how vampires fear other vampires betraying them, so they try to instill a sense of loyalty between sires and children and such. I thought the general comparison to the mob families was very, very on point. I think it makes a lot of sense the way you described it, how these vampires would want to basically they have to be in a way of control that is technically illegal or just wouldn't be accepted by society, so they have to find a way to keep their power while still keeping it secret. And I just very much liked that comparison. I was going to make the post about it that I had forgotten. There was one other thing I was going to say that I find interesting about vampire culture that isn't necessarily related to them being mob family related, but one of my favorite elements in the Masquerade when I was playing it was the confliction in beliefs between
Nice.
Love it when
Oh,
it
you blow
happens.
yourself up though.
It's fine. I got medkits.
I was gonna say one thing I like about vampires in relation to Masquerade that I might be using for some of the stuff I'm doing with
Shotgun
vampires
took half of it away.
We heard your sentence. Continue.
is the I'm sorry, I'm trying to formulate my thoughts real quick. The comparison between Anarchs and Camarilla. So in Masquerade, there are these two general schools of thought as to how vampires should operate. You have the Camarilla, who are all about rules and think that vampires should follow a very strict guidelines for the sake of maintaining security, but more so maintaining order of authority between
wasn't there
vampires.
before.
Oh, bleeding ceilings.
Actually, I think it was.
Something's messy on the ceiling.
It must be that time of the month for the building.
And then there's the Anarchs who don't believe in vampires having to control other vampires and generally think each vampire should be able to, govern itself. And what I really liked about that is Camarillas have come into power within the last 50 years or so because...
Proceed to rendezvous.
Oh, okay.
They've come into power recently because in the last 50 years there have been so many advancements in like smartphones and the internet and being able to share information far more rapidly than you used to be able to. So now Camarillas basically have the logical argument that in a world of smartphones and security cameras and the internet, you have to have rules. Otherwise, people are going to find out about vampires. And all vampires know that if humanity finds out about vampires, they're fucked. So now Anarchs are on the back foot because Camarillas are basically playing it smart and trying to protect themselves through an admittedly draconian set of rules, but it keeps them safe, whereas Anarchs still want their freedom to be able to just do whatever the fuck they want. But because that doesn't fly well in this day and age, Anarchs are starting to die out due to their own stupidity. So I kind of like that conflict between two different vampire mindsets, is the old ways of wanting to do whatever the fuck you wanted without, having to worry about another vampire telling you how to live your own life. And then the even older way of vampires who want to keep the even ancienter ways of keeping control over other vampires, but now it makes sense because in this day and age, you pretty much need these rule sets to stay on the down low.
So what you're saying is they should have the rule of two.
Or at least I think they definitely want to keep... They definitely want to keep
vampirism would be an interesting concept. Always two, a sire and a child.
Guys, turn around.
I know. I was waiting for Shima to finish the thing there.
Oh. I was just going to say
that pixel. Oh, it's a girl house. No, we haven't seen the uvula yet.
The only other thing I was going to say in that respect would be that's one thing about Camarilla rules is you're not allowed to sire another vampire specifically without the prince's permission. Like the prince decides who makes children or not. And that's definitely a rule the Anarchs don't like. The Anarchs like being able to choose a child whenever they want.
And they make all the children with him.
Wasn't that the plot point for like Twilight?
I don't know. I didn't see Twilight.
For Footloose.
What?
Vampire Footloose?
Okay.
That's the chain of thought I was trying to spit out. I'm just imagining this really uptight, old-world vampire system, and it's just a vampire equivalent of Footloose.
No, I'm afraid vampires are not allowed to dance.
It's just a very the interesting part about even between vampires and society is vampires and other vampires. I think is just as interesting conflict because there are so many people that have surely so many people that have different opinions about how to be a vampire. Surely they'd come into conflict.
Yeah, Monster House was a good movie.
I liked Monster House.
No, I'm just responding to the chat, going off of. So Pixel said earlier, has anyone done a classic mafia group that are also vampires? I feel like it had to have been done at least once.
Vampires.
Yeah, in the canon World of Darkness.
Yeah, in canon World of Darkness, they're also in.
It's not even a joke. One of the major clans is just mafia vampires.
Yeah, it's just literally a family of It's not vampires who are mobsters. It is a group of mobsters who specifically and actively infiltrated and took over a major vampire clan.
That's fun.
Yeah, they're in Masquerade Bloodlines too. The Giovanni, they have a whole they have a section dedicated to them.
They're also necromancers.
That too. They're also
speaking of vampires. I saw that a bunch of the people that worked on The Witcher 3 are making a new vampire-themed game, which I find really interesting. That it's like a bunch of people that made Witcher 3. Meanwhile, you have Witcher 4 coming out, so it's almost like they released the trailer on purpose to flex on. No, that's the bad dev team. We're the actual good dev team.
Yeah, I saw your trailer, but I haven't seen it yet.
I wonder how good it will come out, because a number of these projects that are like people that, you know, the good devs that left a previously big team making their own thing seem to be 50-50 on whether they turn out to be good or not.
Where was this link posted? Was it in video games?
I put it in Shrouded Earth because it was all you know, vampire.
Yeah, it makes sense. One sec.
Yeah,
because I'm not sure if I saw that.
Yeah, I know you're calling them mobsters, but what it is, I keep seeing clips for Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and I just keep picturing cartel vampires.
I'm also angry about Donkey Kong.
About what?
That's
Donkey Kong. That's what we were talking about, right?
No, but go on.
Oh, the redesign?
Yeah.
I also think he looks weird.
We discussed that yesterday, yes.
Yeah,
I can only imagine they're trying to make him look more like he does in the movies, and it's really making me retroactively hate the movie.
Yeah, he's so uncomfortably wide, is what I see in these shots. He's
wait, I actually had a thought on this, because I think I said, well, if he's looking more closer to like the older cartoony versions of Donkey Kong. What if this isn't Donkey Kong? What if it's just young Cranky Kong? Because remember, that was Cranky Kong in the original.
Donkey Kong Senior,
Donkey Kong.
Yeah. Because remember, they made a rose gold Peach. I wouldn't be surprised if this is just like Donkey Kong Senior or young Cranky, or just like you'll have Donkey Kong, then movie Donkey Kong.
Toon Kong.
OG.
Would make a lot of sense if they put like movie-specific designs in.
Yeah, like,
they definitely made Princess Peach look more like Princess Peach in the movie or the Princess Peach game.
Yeah, so
it wasn't too bad.
I still have not played the game, even though I bought it.
Same.
I don't think she looks too much like her movie self in the Princess Peach game.
At the very least, on the box art, she does. That's the thing. Like they very subtly changed, like Princess Peach's appearance in the box art.
Security being on a separate network. I can monitor the camera feed, but I don't have any direct access to the system.
Okay.
What was I saying? Yeah, like there's a picture you can find of what that's so weird, of what Peach looked like on the box art, and then the movie came out, and then I don't know if that's the exact order of events, but they changed what the box art looks like, and she looks more like she does in the movie after they changed the box art.
Imagine smashing something in real life and it becomes low poly.
Becomes low poly fractals of itself.
That's like the story of the guy that like was in a coma until he saw a shadow looking weird, and that's what woke him up.
Popeye the Sailor Man?
He saw Shadow the Hedgehog, and that was enough to wake him up.
If you don't mind another vampire subject, PB Pixel asked a question I would like to answer, or at least go on a long tirade about. Because
if you have to be one from World of Darkness, would you be a vampire or a werewolf?
Okay, so again, remarking on this, first a quick funny anecdote that I wanted to share, also from Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines. One of the things that I was kind of told going into World of Darkness is that whereas vampires have numbers, werewolves in general have a lot more on-power strength than your individual vampire. Werewolves are generally more combat-oriented, they're more dangerous, and it really played out in this one scene in Masquerades where this is getting on. This isn't really spoilery, but it's getting on towards the end of the game. You're a pretty high-end vampire, and you're looking for this other high-end vampire. You're looking to recruit to your cause, and eventually you go out and you find him out in the woods. And while you're talking to him, trying to convince him to work for you, the woods suddenly catch on fire, and he starts.
Sorry, I thought that was like a dog or something, but it's just a wet floor sign.
Oh shit! It's a vampire. Oh, no, not a vampire, a werewolf. I meant to say a werewolf because it was a dog. Fucked. Okay, so you're talking to this high-end vampire out in the woods, and it starts getting on fire. You do something spooky?
Yeah, I heard the hum and my UI start flickering.
Okay, see if I can finish this tangent real quick before getting into spooky stuff. A fire goes off in the forest, and he's like, oh shit, we have to get the fuck out of here. And your character responds, oh, it's a fire way off in the distance. It'll be like several minutes before it reaches us. We're safe. No, man, you don't understand. Why do you think I came out to hide out in the woods? For the view? There are werewolves out here, and they're going to be pissed about that fire. And then you start taunting him like, oh, you're scared of werewolves? And then this is like the other strongest vampire in the setting you've met so far. He responds as, fuck yes, I'm scared of werewolves. 500 pounds of lean fur and muscle. If you were smart, you'd be scared too. And then as he tries to convince you, the fire gets closer, werewolves come out of the woods, fucking yank the guy and yeet him halfway across the woods out of view. And then you're stuck with your own werewolf. And again, at this point in the game, you're a pretty strong vampire. So I'm like, I go off and attack him, expecting to do a lot of damage. In Vampire the Masquerade, you can see points associated with the amount of damage you're doing, like numbers appear when you're hitting somebody. Mm-hmm. So I start hitting him with like my, I max out my speed, my strength, and I start doing a wa-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta trying to hit him. I see 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and then like realizing after I'm doing no damage
you're attacking
to him,
a binary.
He swats me, and I fly halfway across the map, and I'm suddenly like, ha ha, I'm in danger. The point being that werewolf...
It's a little exaggerated in the video game. On the tabletop, on one hand, werewolves are definitely more powerful on average in terms of combat ability. They get free regen, they have aggravated damage, they soak aggravated damage except for silver. Their combat abilities are generally cheaper for the same XP value. But it's really not as dramatic as it is in the video game. If you have a decent combat build, I won't say it's comparable. You need way more experience relative to a werewolf of the same experience to win that fight. But you can win it. Especially, and if you add 2 or 3 vampires, it becomes very doable.
Pixel says so werewolves in World of Darkness could take like 1 to 3 Abram tanks. Is that accurate?
It depends on whose rules you use and how strong of a werewolf. The Mage the Ascension 20th anniversary book does say that a werewolf can survive a blast from a tank, and yeah, they can with the appropriate gifts, powers. They can absolutely take a hit from a tank and walk it off. And if they have the right abilities and you're not using the broken, poorly written tank rules from Mage 20th, you could destroy a tank as a sufficiently buffed up werewolf.
What I like, the other thing I was going to comment on that, and I think you told me this, is that werewolves on general are stronger on average, but they have a much lower ceiling than vampires can get to. Like on average, werewolves are stronger, but they hit their ceiling fast, whereas the strongest game end vampires are way beyond werewolves in general.
Yeah, you take a Methuselah, you take a vampire who's existed for several thousand years, and they'll wipe their ass with just about any werewolf.
You know, assuming they're built for some kind of combat, they could be very poorly stat aligned, but they'll probably have something to get out of that fight.
Let me rephrase. Shaitan or Shogi could wipe their ass with any given. Mithras isn't doing anything. Mithras is going to convince them to wipe his ass.
Would you recommend that Vampire Masquerade video game?
Oh, absolutely. It's so fucking immersive.
The original one's a classic.
I had so much fun with it. It's. I'm gonna be honest. It inspires so much of what you might see in Acadia. I love Masquerade. It was so fun.
I would be up for playing. I've never actually played through it myself. I would be up for watching you replay it.
She is the original.
Somewhere ahead of you. Be careful.
What's that, Hinkle?
From her.
Yeah, he's
I was
talking.
born from her. We
Oh.
are separate, but we are one.
Oh, so did that girl... What was that? Okay. So I'm guessing off that video thing they meant of singularity, I'm guessing that's Alma can take control of people made from her, and they're using her for cloning experiments? Going off of Fettel's comment there.
Is that Fettel speaking to you just now?
Yes.
Like in your mind?
Well, he is a psychic.
Ooh, you're flickering.
I
I guess
that
also,
part is supposed to be mysterious because you're not supposed to be psychically linked to him.
he's in your head.
Another
even though-
thing
Oh, you did.
about
He's in my head. He's in my head.
Yeah, I could... Get out of my head, man!
Get out of my head.
don't have to think anymore, man.
Put smoke in my brain.
Oh wait.
No.
Oh, the horrors.
We gotta go through the fire and flames. Quick, where's the sick guitar solo?
Or someone on
This
the other
isn't
side
as
of
fun
the
as you
door.
made it sound like.
Floating in darkness, like the unborn in the womb. Soon I will find her, and I will set her free.
Shit, I lost him again. Fuck.
Okay, so I'm guessing... Okay, wait. So I'm guessing the other guy that was on our F.E.A.R team is somehow linked with this. Because it sounds like his signals are popping up when this guy pops up. Alma was an experiment, but died in the womb, like a Sephiroth sort of thing. They injected this fetus with stuff, but it didn't work out too well. But it kind of did. And they're making more experiments out of her. And she's pissed about it.
You're right in a relation, but you have it backwards.
Okay. Fettel is the fetus, because they both start with F.
You're
Fettel, fetus,
Strangely-
it all makes sense.
strangely, you're closer.
We skipped over. I was going to say one other thing about werewolves, and then I was going to answer whoever it was his question. Another thing about werewolves in World is that they can boost their damage and their durability very high, but they don't really have very many powers to boost their accuracy. So if you're a vampire who specs into speed, you could just dodge them the entire time.
I'll win because I have the superior speed.
I'm sure to
You
win,
can
'cause my
literally
dex
win
is
because
superior.
of the speed.
Wait, is this the scene I think it is?
Oh. Oh.
That's a lot of blood.
Oh.
Yes.
I was just
Oh, I
about
love
to...
this scene.
A lot of anger.
Everyone, shut up.
That's great. Got anything useful to add?
I don't see any bullet holes. There's no brass lying around either. These guys didn't fire a
It
shot.
really is a girl house. Oh!
Oh, there's a girl up there, yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Uh-oh.
All right, buddy, get moving. Fettel's got to be close.
Okay, maybe the
I'm
scene
not
happens
even sure
later.
where to start.
I think you come back to this room at some point.
This really is a girl house.
You did see the girl there. Yep, there she is again.
Was she up there again?
I thought I saw her up there again.
I know I saw her the first
Sorry,
Your chemical agent?
girl dinner.
Yo, that's crazy effect. Through the
This is gonna
glass,
take some
I could see
time.
blood all over the walls, but when I move back, I
Oh
don't.
yeah.
I wonder, is that reflecting this? No, it doesn't look... Oh, I think it is. Is it?
I think it's what it's doing is it's overriding the shading effects.
Oh.
Like, is it supposed to be?
Yeah, because I can see the line of the tile there, so
Shoot
that
up
is
glass.
this. Yeah, it's the glass erasing the darkness.
Weird.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I wonder.
I don't think that's supposed to be the effect. I think it's just
Yeah, I wonder, is that
2004
because
programming.
newer computer trying to run this game? Also,
Anyway,
just to
to the
answer,
game-
a quick question from chat: do you guys have any intention to play devlog? Yes, we will be doing it after we finish the Strong Bad games on Thursdays.
We're going to be doing what after Strong Bad?
Devlog, the other Snoot like that has a demo out.
Oh, I was joking to my grandmother that that we would do this, and then immediately after it'd be right back to this crap. For like a year and a half.
It's just a demo. It'll only be 6 months.
Anyway, I'm suppressing my rage. To answer the guy's question, you'd rather be a vampire or a werewolf. Specifically, World of Darkness variants, it's a toss-up. They both kind of suck to be. I would have difficulty deciding. It kind of sucks to be either one.
I would kind of like to be
straw and end up as a Nosferatu. I think vampire is pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think while I love the power boost of a werewolf, but I feel like vampire, you have more self-control and it's a bit more, like werewolves are basically, you know, they're fucking around in the woods. You have to get out of the city. You become a hippie basically fighting against the machine. I prefer vampire city life.
Do you?
Well, I mean, you're just
Are you
selling me on
doomed to hell?
You're just selling
you're
me
a
on werewolf.
vampire?
Shima, that description just sells me on werewolf right now.
Are you doomed to hell if you're a vampire?
It's kind of weird, the afterlife in the World of Darkness.
Oh, we're back here.
The short version is the setting is written with a ton of ambiguity. There's every different supernatural type has their own beliefs, and there's enough true about each of them.
That's true. Yeah. Okay.
How exactly it fits together is questionable.
Yeah.
It's actually really interesting. In fact, this is a concept I think you might like. A lot of the basic premise of vampire and its mythology is rooted in Abrahamic beliefs. The first vampire is the biblical Cain.
Interesting.
A lot of things pertaining to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam plays into the backstory of the vampires. But there's a lot of vampires, especially the older ones, who are pagan or who play around in elements of setting that have nothing to do with that. And the only thing I know how to describe it as is that a lot of the old vampires seem to be actively trying to evolve to escape the paradigm of Abrahamism, to just get out of it and attach themselves to some other worldview that exists in the setting, and
so that they don't go to hell.
It's not even that about going to hell. It's just about trying to escape this confines of this worldview where you're just a monster, you're a monster immortal being. The damnation ends up playing into a lot of things besides just the idea of eventual afterlife. But in regards to that specifically,
this is how bullets.
Probably not. It's the main afterlife in the setting is the underworld, which vampires generally do not go to. And beyond that, the various other afterlives is mainly the purviews of various deities. And there's really no indication that vampires are necessarily sold to anyone over any other, mainly because not many characters go to the afterlives. The general implication is that beyond the underworld and other homegrown afterlives run by various spiritual forces, the implication is that people just reincarnate.
Interesting. We have phone lore.
That being said, there is. I mean, what would you consider Golconda in that regard?
I'll get to that after the phone lore.
You have one new message. First message from
Harlan Wade. Mike, it's Harlan Wade. Chuck Habiger seems to think that people are blowing smoke up his ass on this Percy situation. Now, I don't know which one of you shitheels over there is calling
Believe that shit.
But you better stop digging around fast, because the readings are getting worse by the minute. It's really a simple choice. You can either listen to the expert advice you're being given, or you can brace yourselves for the ass fuck of the century, because it's coming. You mark my words on that.
Damn, Harlan doesn't fuck around with his threats.
Yeah.
I don't
the
think he's
ass fuck.
saying that he's the ass fuck. I think he's saying that you are creating an ass fuck.
Yeah,
Well,
because,
I think what he's really saying
Chuck,
is that
he could-
Willem Dafoe is on the way, and that's what that really means.
That would be the ass fuck of the century.
Vigil, before you answer Scruffy's question from before the phone lore, mind if I ask Khazard a question on something he said earlier?
Sure.
So you would prefer to be a werewolf going around fucking around in the woods than being having to be a hippie for the rest of your life?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, there are human-born werewolves.
I mean, just living up in the woods, countryside, just living off the land. I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Khazard could.
Oh, yeah, Khazard literally could. This guy hunts for his boar dinner every day.
Yeah, but
yeah,
please stand eco-terrorist.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to mention about werewolves. I didn't really get into it earlier. The thing with werewolves is that they... Scruffy, do you know... You probably know it better than I do if you want to describe it.
Well, no, I was just going to say, are you really that surprised that the guy wants to be a werewolf? You know, the group that loves the moon?
Oh, duh. Jeez, that's actually... That makes way more sense than anything else I've heard tonight. Yes, okay, I could definitely believe Khazard would want to be a werewolf. Love the moon.
I mean, the moon goddess is literally named Luna. He's literally just...
Yeah.
Forgot. We're on television.
Phone lore.
It slipped.
Point being that he's waifuing so hard.
It is twitch.tv.
Yeah.
What
Hold
you
on.
doing?
I'm just marking down the time to make it easier for myself later.
You have one new message.
You're at 1 hour, 50 minutes.
Marshal Disler. Hi, it's Marshal Disler. Looks like you were right about the energy signature. Identical to the original. Still trying to come up with an explanation, but I figured you'd at least want confirmation. I'll be in touch when I know more.
End of messages.
To
The other
answer
thing-
Scruffy's... What exactly was your question about Golconda? Repeat it.
It's just because of the whole vampire afterlife thing. Where would that
the main
sit
thing
on?
The main thing I see Golconda as being about... I see it as... I think there's two Golcondas, is my personal headcanon. I think that there is the version of it where it is a kind of redemption, and then I see it as the version that Solid discovered from the Kuai Jin, where it's a kind of spiritual balance and self-control. The redemption one probably entails definitely going to heaven and also some other mechanical benefit.
Oh, he's still
or
alive.
all your sins.
Not anymore.
The more common one is essentially just Solid discovering how the Kuai Jin do their thing, which again loops back into what I was saying about vampires trying to escape the paradigm of what they are, steal someone else's more positive experience of the supernatural.
The other thing I would think about it is that even if they aren't afraid of eternal damnation, like the thought of living for hundreds of years and then having it all end probably terrifies them as much, even if there weren't eternal damnation afterwards. So just finding a way to live forever without having to worry about the consequences of what happens if you... Oh, hold on. Someone needs help.
Get me out of here!
Is it the fat guy?
No, it sounds different.
Is anybody there?
If you ever a movie that just shamelessly rips off the aesthetic of World of Darkness, just go watch one of the Underworld movies, because I feel like they nail it perfectly.
Like, got sued for it, in fact.
Yeah.
World of Darkness sued
Interesting.
them?
Yeah,
Wow, I didn't
for
know that.
stealing their stuff.
I mean, World of Darkness is really the one who came up with the whole vampires hating werewolves and vice versa thing.
Really?
Did they come up with it?
Well, they're the first ones who really made it big, I should say.
Can you do something?
Yeah,
about
I mean,
these
I know
bombs?
the abomination thing.
Another civilian. Dead mother, we've located a hostage. Sounds like he's wired up with explosives. Roger. I'll send somebody to help out. Give him a comm link.
I don't know. I don't want to get near them. What if those go off? Oh, dude, you got jam all over your face.
Hello? You guys special forces or something?
That's right. Just sit tight, Mr.
Bishop. Aldous Bishop.
Aldous Bishop in your ass.
Okay, buddy. There's some elevators near your position. Secure the
They're
area
an
and escort the
Aldous
team back to
Bishop.
Vigil.
Aldous Bishop.
So I gotta say, my shotgun has 180 shots. That's insane.
Yeah, I can't believe you can hold that much.
It's a very good. The developers knew what the best weapon was. They're like, we're just gonna make sure you
have to
always have
carefully shoot the red wire with my shotgun. Okay, I think I can aim that well.
In answer to what Shima was saying, like I said, I really don't think afterlife is the main thing about it. It's not the reason vampires seek out Golconda. To explain what that is, no, it is not a fictitious African country with a rare super metal. It is, in fact, a spiritual enlightenment of sorts sought after by vampires.
Technically a place in India.
Yeah.
I prefer the conversation about Willem Dafoe's penis.
Also,
No.
Pixel asks, Shima, have you played the Hunter the Reckoning games?
I have not.
No,
I
we have not. That would actually be, those would be fun to do.
Are those
Forgotten they
also
existed.
Masquerade Vampire?
Same setting, different.
Hunters are just basically normal people trying to fight back against the bullshit in the world.
Oh, neat.
Except in Hunter the Reckoning, where they are mini wannabe exalts.
No, Khazard. In Resident Evil 4, the Striker has 100 bullets in it without reloading. This is just, he has 100 bullets that he can
Oh, the
reload
door
in.
crushed his body. It's like, why did his body just explode?
The elevator, he got build engine doored by the elevator.
Yeah, no, the game, I never played the Hunter the Reckoning games. I really don't know very much about them. I don't really incorporate Hunter the Reckoning into any of my World of Darkness campaigns for various reasons. In X1,
The Juggernaut.
Those guys.
it'd be kind of a joke.
Yeah, with
Hunters are
Hunter.
basically wimp low the splat. We have intentionally trained them wrong. They
It's a
joke.
joke.
That's not what the lore intention is, but it's the reading that comes.
Well, you made some decisions there, huh?
Yeah, a heal, first of all, please.
Well, I didn't realize it got that low.
Yeah, because he shot you a bunch.
I didn't know his
He
wounds
has
did
the
that.
advantage. He has armor.
I wouldn't get close to him in general. If you can score too.
There you
Oh,
go.
he's dead.
Yeah, maybe the shot. I thought the penetrator would like put him down quick because it's a penetrator and he has armor.
Well, you know, I had the
He's got
same.
good armor.
I had the same frustration.
Hey, good to see you again. Any way to get these gates
Nice of you guys to show up when you did.
I don't know if you guys are still good. What's my birthday?
You by yourself?
Shotgun blast.
Stay alive this long.
The Hunter video games are hack and slash, which is kind of disappointing but also fun. It sounds like that could be a fun thing to try.
We're through.
They did a werewolf one, but from what I hear, it wasn't very good.
Aw.
I should mention, I guess this is more for Hinkle, just out of, I don't know, I just like bringing them up and he might find this interesting. That whole Golconda thing is typically tied to one group of vampires who are basically the only quote-unquote moral vampires in the setting. But they're also like the rarest.
How does this relate
Because
to
they
Willem
have-
Dafoe's penis?
Well, he might be one, I don't
Oh,
know.
look, yeah, the guy's wheeling himself out.
You the bomb
That's
expert?
so funny.
That's right. Don't
Wait,
worry,
is
you'll
it
be
like if you
fine.
take too long to escort
Just
the team
get this
over,
shit
he'll just
off
start
me.
walking to you?
Please.
Whoever rigged this is definitely a pro.
Save the
Is
game.
that
Okay.
supposed to make me feel better?
He may be a pro, but I'm a master.
Hinkle, chat stealing your
Fire
job.
alarm.
They're telling me to save now.
Excellent.
Shut it off to get the elevators back online.
The real reason Shima to get Golconda is that the actual experience of being a vampire in Vampire the
is he?
Masquerade is...
Oh. It's like, investigate source of fire alarm. How am I supposed to know what set it off?
They were asking about Harlan Wade.
Investigate.
He and his daughter Alice are on the same
Investigate the entire building.
kind of task force.
Well, you're the private eye, you do it.
The city of
I
Auburn.
won't say it's
Nobody told us what it's for.
terrible, but there's a lot of bad things about being one of the kindred.
Well, there's that whole the beast thing.
Yeah, that's the major one, is the whole...
Oh, hold on a
Oh,
sec.
Lord.
You have one
Come on,
message.
Chet. Oh.
Hey Aldous, it's Alice Wade. I put some photocopies in your mail basket. It's a bunch of news articles I dug up about Auburn from the last 25 years. There's a surprising amount of corroboration of the physical symptoms that old woman told us about. Seems a lot of people over the years reported feeling uncomfortable or nauseated after spending any amount of time there. But if it was some kind of chemical or radiological contamination, why didn't the city find anything in the soil or the groundwater? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh well, I'll talk to you soon.
So I'm assuming Auburn is where they either made these clones or where this initial test on Alma, the fetus, happened.
All I know is they need to change the batteries in those smoke alarms.
Yeah,
Those
Shima.
Those aren't smoke alarms. Those are just the alarms.
They said fire alarm.
Oh, it does. Yeah, fire alarm. That's the word I was looking for.
Anyway, as you were saying, Vigil.
I can't tell you why the facility chirps. But I can measure it. I can tell the...
Aren't Vampires in the Masquerade series horrifically weak to fire? Like a cigarette could do a shit ton of damage to them.
It's... Yes, fire can kill vampires very easily. No, it is not that dramatic. There's some places in the books that kind of imply that, but...
We have phone lore.
You should just ignore it.
Also, Pixel says the latest Hunter... Vigil, the latest Hunter game, is about normal humans, by the way, not imbued hunters with angel powers.
Who's this talking from the chat?
That was, that was Pixel in chat saying that.
I like this guy. He knows his lore. I like obsessively talking about this setting. It's why I wrote a 400-page love letter to it.
Let's get our phone lore.
You have one new message. First message from
Marshal Disler. This is Marshall. Look, something's happening over here at the Perseus compound. I can hear gunshots, but the security system just went down, so I don't know what the situation is. Just send all available security teams to lock this place down. I'll call back once I have a better idea what's going on.
End of messages.
Some shit was going down.
So I like, you can tell the department they're calling because this is the security room, and he's calling for the security team backup. I really like that.
Activate.
In final conclusion, Shima, basically...
Oh, hold on a sec. There's a girl there.
Behind bulletproof. I can't use my flashlight.
Oh, go around the side.
I got her.
Would you mind explaining why you thought little Tiffany deserved to die?
I'm pretty sure if she touched... I'm pretty sure if she touched you, you'd die.
Yeah, but I got her.
I know.
And I'd appreciate it if I appreciate you'd get off my back about it. Or do I owe her an apology?
I was watching that clip on YouTube right before we started.
I've been wanting to watch Men in Black for a while for a movie night.
Great movie.
Very good movie.
I'd be up for watching them. Anyway, in conclusion, Shima, the real reason to seek out Golconda is just for the superior self-control, not for any power or afterlife bonuses.
I see.
What? Oh, God, that is a fear for me.
Wait, what? Getting stuck halfway down the elevator?
Well, yeah, because that means what if it falls while you're trying to get out? You're done.
Yeah, you just gotta go really fast. Just dive through the opening.
Okay, yeah, I guess at that point the worst that could happen is I'll end up like Olivia.
Yeah.
The only other thing I was just gonna say, one last comment on the
okay, yeah, you say you're first.
The one last thing on the vampire versus werewolf thing is the one other downside to vampires is the most obvious one. You can't go out in the day because sunlight will kill you for sure.
Yeah,
but I'm not.
As if anyone
anyhow.
here goes out in the day.
Yeah, we're all nocturnal anyhow.
I don't go out in the day willingly.
Have any of you guys ever been stuck in an elevator?
No.
No? Why is my brain saying yes? I don't think so.
I have.
I'm still just laughing at that. I also saw that clip recently. It's like, why did you think little Alma deserved to die, Khazard?
Look, I'm just saying, there's been super soldiers walking around, security alarms going off. Ain't no reason for a 5-year-old girl to be here.
Yeah, he's right. She's just standing around. There's super soldiers and alarms, and she's just like, I know who you are.
I'd appreciate
Shut
it.
the fuck up, bitch.
Like either she is something she's not telling us, or it's one of the TikTok generation. Either way, I made the right choice.
Yeah, banned as of Sunday, unless they find a buyer.
Well, I mean, everyone's already jumping ship to that other one, Red Note, so I don't think it matters one way or the other.
I don't know.
Oh, I didn't like that sound.
I just saw the blood on the wall. I didn't see anything move.
Yeah, but I heard oh, look at all those bodies.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Well, I guess it wouldn't matter if the elevator crashed.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the...
That was terrible. That was
Well, I
awful.
appreciate him
I
not
didn't-
actually screaming into the mic.
I didn't want to like blow out everyone's eardrums.
You just set it on the desk and just scream.
That's like
What the
that's like
PB
eight.
Pixel,
That's like 8-year-old not wanting to wake up their parents kind of scream.
PB Pixel just sometimes comes in with the weirdest fucking comment.
I was once stuck in an elevator with over a dozen well-endowed women around me. None of them survived. All right, let's get our alien.
Howard,
board.
Looks like the Icarus program got shut down in favor of something called Perseus, which, from what I can tell, is funded by DoD. I'm guessing that's where Fettel and his soldiers came from.
I have a feeling there's some connotation of swapping Icarus for Perseus that, if you knew the stories, would be like, why did you guys think this was a good idea?
I mean, Icarus's whole thing is flying too close to the sun and getting burned and falling to your death. Perseus is really more of just he's a hero. He got Medusa's head. He froze the Kraken.
That's Pericles.
No, that's Perseus.
This might be a Greek versus Roman thing.
It might.
Vigil,
Perseus
Scruffy,
is-
can either of you clarify? You seem to be the experts on this.
Pericles
What are we
is a
talking
different
about?
person.
Okay. Talking about Perseus, Vigil.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they...
I
Oh, what was that?
think I remember which one that is.
So it sounds like Perseus, they're having a very big opinion of themselves.
Perseus, I don't remember. The most I know about Perseus is from Attack of the Titans. And I don't remember
that was dastardly Scruffy doing that scream like John on the ledge.
No, Clash of the Titans.
Clash of the Titans. Attack of the Titans is the one that opens with that song that goes.
No, that's Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan.
Okay, but who's on first?
We have Attack of the Titans. We have Attack on Titans. The point being, I don't know what flaw Perseus would have. Perseus was generally a very noble hero without a lot of...
Several.
Like what?
Hold on. He's been
Remember the Titans?
Remember the Titans. Follow the Titans.
Save the cheerleader, save the world?
I know he left his wife at one point.
Like
And,
the most I remember about Perseus, at least from Clash of the Titans, was having a hang-up about being Zeus's son, which generally a lot of Zeus's children have hang-ups about being Zeus's children.
Oh, I wonder if that agrees with Fettel specifically. Does Fettel not like be... See, now I'm just looping back to the Sephiroth idea again.
I don't know why Zeus's children hate being Zeus's children so much, having all the powers of Zeus.
I don't think
They move themselves up there.
Here.
Oh, I got a bunch of
That's
proximity.
mostly maybe some of the new media.
Yeah, because I mean, I guess the only other example that immediately comes to mind. Hercules generally didn't have an issue with Zeus. It was Hera he had an issue with.
That was a living person. What are you doing?
No, it's not. I pinned this guy to the wall.
Oh, that was the pinned guy. Okay, sorry. It's hard to tell with you sometimes.
You just don't get my art.
Of course we don't get your art. You never deliver.
Okay, that was a good one.
Still waiting on that chicken coop.
If I saw a guy biting a woman's neck and then turn to a giant bat and leave, would I dedicate my life to hunting them? Yes.
I mean, at that point, yeah, I'd be dedicated too, because I mean, holy shit, I just saw a glimpse of the unknown, and I want more.
Well,
I want more out of this.
I would be I mean, my dedication to hunting the guy down would be to like, I need evidence to prove to other people I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just in general, if I ever get a glimpse of something wild and crazy and unknown that is far beyond my understanding of the world, and I have to choose between abandoning it or never seeing anyone I know ever again, I'm sorry, guys, but I got to follow that trail.
I mean, you could do both.
I mean, what if it's like a no turning back option? What if it's like you have the option of pursuing this unknown thing, but there's no turning back?
Basically, Shima's saying if he found the portal to Equestria, he'd jump in, no second thoughts.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
I think
Why
he would
not
try.
Oh yeah.
I think Shima would try, only to find my running after him like Samwise Gamgee.
I can see that. I ain't leaving you, Mr. Frodo. If I could bring any of you with me in that scenario, I will. I'm just saying in the case where it's like I'm on my own and I can't bring anyone with me and there's no turning back, there's a chance you might never see me again because the unknown is calling.
All right, Pixel has another question. Vigil, would you date a changeling in World of Darkness?
I think it's the...
what kid?
What?
The conversation should me simultaneously testing PVC pipe pistol.
PVC pipe pistol?
I just shot that guy's head off.
PC.
And also flexing my own.
He says any. Which you prefer?
I mean, Arcadian City is objectively the right answer.
I'm surprised that there's anything that you would date that isn't technically human.
Why would that surprise you?
Just thought it's just surprising.
I mean, it's not like it's a dinosaur.
Are you sure? They could transform into a dinosaur.
Yes. I don't think I care about that.
How do you...
Forming into dinosaurs.
I'm also...
Well, now I must follow this line of logic. How do you feel about a person that is like totally human but has a squirrel tail?
What do you mean? How do I care?
Would you date a woman who is totally human but has a squirrel tail?
Yes.
Okay.
He's just trying to roundabout ask if you would date Squirrel Girl.
Yeah,
no,
he's just looping this to Marvel.
How do you feel about Felicia? Vigil?
The cat girl?
Yeah.
She's kind of cute, other than needing to wear more clothes.
Okay. I'm just finding where too much animal, it becomes too much animal. What about Crystal?
I don't know who that is.
From
Star
Fox.
Everyone is furry for Crystal. I have said this again and again. Everyone is furry for Crystal.
There are people who don't like Crystal.
Those people don't exist.
Well, you have to
in my
ask,
mind.
Do these people not like Crystal because of the game, or do they just not like furries?
They don't...
Crystal?
Crystal's the blue fox girl from Star Fox. Does that sound familiar at all?
Yeah, that sounds disgusting. I don't know anything about
Everyone's furry for Crystal. That's the rule.
I can assure you I am not.
See, there you go.
See, well, you guys got to
get
finding
the line.
Got to get a
The
picture
line
close
is
to
simple.
VC content.
Okay, here's the line. Can it produce? Can the relation produce viable offspring? Does the face look human?
Well, okay, yeah, the face looking human. That's Shima. That's why people don't like Crystal.
Yeah,
I get that, but
are we married? Those are the restrictions. Does the face look human? Are we married? And can it presume?
He doesn't like maid married.
Yes, I will accept any extremity to that. Like if you say, well, what if it was just a regular cat with a magic uterus and a human head? Yes.
God, behold.
I will accept all reductions to the absurd.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Behold, your
Where
ideal.
are we?
That put me way far back. I thought I hit a checkpoint at some point during all of that. Oh well.
I just like the idea of, yeah, this is literally just a cat with a human head, but it's got a human head.
It's like that. Who's the guy who defined who's that guy who defined a human as a featherless biped again? What's the guy who?
Diogenes. Yes, Diogenes' dating advice.
Well, no, Diogenes did it in a response to the guy who did it.
Wasn't it
wasn't it just Plato? Yeah.
Yeah, he was doing it to spite Plato.
Yeah, Plato said that defined a human as a featherless biped, and then he's like, "Behold,
look,
behold, a human."
Your ideal human. Behold, a human.
I thought they were holding hands.
You may not like it, but this is what peak humanity looks like.
Look, they're holding hands.
Oh wow, you went way far back.
Wait,
with slight exaggeration, Hinkle, that is where I would draw the line. When it stops looking human in regards to the face and more broadly the upper body, but especially the face, where it stops being.
So basically, anime furries, where it's just a normal person but with animal ears.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
maybe a tail.
Once the face starts looking like a muzzle, I immediately am disgusted.
I think that for me, there is enough human left in Crystal's face that's good to go. But yeah, no, he's not alone, Shima. There's a lot of people who think that Crystal is too fucked.
I mean, it's like you said.
That guy hid behind the exploding barrel and then tried to shoot at me.
And then when he said he hid behind the exploding barrel, went shit, and then exploded.
Moments before disaster.
I think it's like you said, Chris. Like Crystal has enough of a human face that it's doable for most, and that's generally how I feel. Like I don't generally go for furries, but I like Crystal. I think Crystal's cute.
Yeah.
You've spent 18 months dating fictitious reptiles that look not at all human.
Khazard has.
Shima, we have heard you gooning for Naomi and Mia. You can't stay clean in this conversation.
Everyone is scaly for Naomi and Mia. They're the other
You bought the cup. You can't argue.
Everyone is also scaly for Naomi and Mia. That's the other exception to the rule.
I'm not a furry. I'm a scaly. There's a difference.
I didn't bring it up into relation because they weren't furries. They're scalies.
What about Minerva Mink?
No, Minerva Mink doesn't do anything for me. I do not care for Minerva Mink.
What?
That's an Animaniac. It was the lewd fox from Animaniacs.
I thought she was a minx because that's
the name.
Nobody knows what a mink is, so
it's her.
It's a stoat, like a weasel.
I don't know what that
is. It's this character from Animaniacs. I'll post it in VC context. The only mink I know are the ones in One Piece. You're not gonna look. Okay, well, it's a character in Animaniacs. Is all you need to know then.
Don't forget
Rosa. Her whole entire shtick is being sexual.
I mean,
Pixel, you can't bring up Rosa. Hinkle's on this stream.
Oh my god. I hate this joke. Stay safe.
Rosa is the Mexican girl in Snoot Game. She's the
She's the Latina Ankylos.
TV Pixel said he went to look up minks and is disappointed that they aren't sexy.
As far as Animaniacs characters go, whose joke is that they're sexy, Hello Nurse has that on lock. I don't see the point for Minerva Mink when Hello Nurse exists.
Well, actually,
they had two audiences.
Yeah. Well, see, I feel like it's probably for a standards thing. Like, oh, we can't do stuff with an actual human because then standards and practices is going to be on us. But if it's an animal, no one would be attracted to that.
No, they knew they were making something attractive.
This week in the writer's barely disguised fetish.
You know why that's worse, right? You can tell why that's worse. That's what that reminds me.
It's
like when they made the blood white in Spy Family to air it in China. Yor comes in from her mysterious job, and instead of being covered in red fluid, she's covered in white.
You
You understand why this is
did.
worse, right?
I did not know that. I did not know they had to censor it in China
Yeah, that's
that
really
way.
funny.
That reminds me of a flip of for Metal Gear Revengeance that they had to make the blood white, but they did it since they're all cyborgs, so that's the nano fluid. But then they made it all red again in the Western release, which ruins the reveal of when you beat Jetstream Sam that his blood is indeed red. He was not a cyborg this whole time.
Shit! I haven't played Metal Gear Rising yet.
Well, you spoiled something at the start, so that's...
Spoiler alert for a game that's been out like 12 years now.
Spoiler alert for a game whose plot is just based entirely in stupidity anyway.
A game that was like the talk of femto like a decade ago.
I really wanted to play. I mean, I know, live by the spoiler, die by the spoiler.
I mean, it's not
it's
it's not that big of a spoiler. It's just like in that moment you're like, oh damn.
I think associate femto with Revengeance's DLC because that's around the time I joined. Is when that came out.
And BK wouldn't shut the fuck up about it.
I miss him.
There's
You
some
do?
I understand him more now.
Okay.
I do wonder where
I liked
he
BK.
went.
He was willing to shit talk me back, and it was nice.
All the people we've
Is that
lost
what it
over the
was?
years, I do wonder where they went off to.
It's the kind of thing where it's like I hated him at the time, but I kind of grew fond of him because we kind of started actually getting like close right before he left.
I remember
I had to ban you two interacting because it was just interrupting any game I ran.
We started out rough, but then, like I said, we started bonding over shit like Revengeance and DMC, and then that's around then he kind of rage quit forever.
Well, yeah, I caused his rage quit intentionally. God, I hated him. I started. I wish I still had that computer. I had BK's Bible of shit. It was everything. It was everything that he called shit, and like it was. It was like a different category thing. He would call things objectively. Why are you not shooting out of those?
I thought I had a grenade. I wanted to throw it into a cool thing around the circle, but I didn't have one.
It was literally everything. Like, the list was just so comprehensive. Not even just, like, of video games or movies, but just, like, concepts. Just, like, everything is shit.
Wait, he just walked over these barricades. He just walked over and through them.
Well, now he's just stuck to the wall.
That's what he gets.
What did Vigil say? I couldn't hear.
I asked, why would you keep that list?
Because it was hilarious. It was so that's why I wish I still had that computer. It was so funny to just read through the list of things that are shit. And it just, it was because he just completely watered down what was shit in his opinion. What was shit in his opinion didn't fucking matter. Because literally, and I also kept a list of things he actually said were good. There were only 2 things on that list. It was Devil May Cry and Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
What you're talking to is that he was just a typical V poster.
I don't see anything wrong with this list, Hinkle.
So I was just like, that's why I just constantly said every single time he said something was shit, I was just like, oh, so it's good. It is of the same quality as everything else that exists. And he's like, oh, I don't call that much shit. And I literally just posted the entire list of things.
This is just Shima's exploit character. The good things that exist is just Shadow the Hedgehog, Revengeance, and Devil May Cry. And everything else is varying shades of bad.
I'm fairly convinced that BK was actually a girl.
You guys in chat are getting some good old.
That would have been a hell of a swerve.
The only 2 things that BK liked were 2 stories about sexy men.
Yeah, but he could have also just been an edgy guy.
BK went through wild mood swings, and BK also got very upset whenever people played female characters in an objectifying manner.
Did he?
Furthermore, we played Xbox like one time with BK, and I checked out their like what do you even call it?
Achievement?
Profile.
Oh.
The only thing written in BK's profile was just gamer girl.
Well, this is some deep lore I didn't know.
You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
Maybe he's pulling a RuneScape. You pretend to be a girl to get free stuff.
BK was the first when I first posted in the Femto threads asking if I could play, BK was the first person to say, I like the new guy. And that's how I always remembered BK. He was the first one to say he liked me.
Yeah, oh, you know what? I think you were on the list of good things.
Oh, was I? Holy shit!
Wow,
Holy shit!
Shima,
I'm
you're
BK's
on the
list.
same tier as DMC and Revengeance.
Yeah.
I made the list.
I remember in Objectively Shit was Dragon Age and Mass Effect.
Oh, fucking goddamn it. BK, man.
This man was preaching the future, and we were just too afraid to hear him
I
out.
was going to make that joke.
He was a time traveler.
He preached the truth, but
I'm limited by the gaming landscape of my time.
I also remember, wasn't BK the guy who would play as Shrek in the games? Like, he would just make an ogre and start talking in a bunch of Shrek memes and seal the guy's soul in an onion?
I don't remember that specifically.
He was pretty shit
posted. Boris? That sounds like some shit Boris would do.
Boris really liked to have his characters just start pissing for some reason.
Yes, I was about to say, Boris would frequently just in the middle of a serious scene whip out his dick and start pissing on people.
We had quite a group back in those days.
See, I feel like I came in about a year late to the Femto scene, so this is like early lore stuff I missed out on. I love hearing about it.
Yeah, I mean, early games were terrible.
Yeah,
like we did several one-shots that were loosely connected, and it was just me, Tome, and Khazard, and whoever else was present. And whatever deranged fever dream of a one-shot idea I had that we used, the dice were pointless. The dice were made up. You rolled, and it was just whatever I thought should happen.
Well, I remember a period we ran with post numbers.
I remember that. I remember
the results matter because we didn't ruined it. It's just we didn't use health. It was just whenever you rolled enough tens that I thought the scene should progress. The scene progressed in your favor, and if you died,
I was the one fighting to keep post numbers.
And the funny thing is that most of the adventures involved George Costanza, but I didn't know who George Costanza was.
Yeah, I remember that guy. This guy in the early, he made a character that was just George Costanza with a baseball bat, like the meme image, and he would get tens every time he went to hit something with the bat.
Yeah, it was like what it was is we did one particular one shot, and it was like the second one shot I ever did, the second game I ever ran, and it was just invading this tomb full of zombies. And he just asked, hey, can I be George Costanza of a baseball bat? And I was like, fine, sure. I don't know who George Costanza is, and I don't care about this. So he's George Costanza of a baseball bat, and he kills several guys. And so every section after that, he never came back. I just kept using his character as an NPC. And what happened is the plot kept progressing until we had played like 10 or 12 one-shots, which was a massive campaign at the time, 12 sessions. And I distinctly remember that Tom's character had conquered heaven and hell and several other things.
Okay, I remember. This is like when I came in and I was lurking. I remember this.
Yeah, George Costanza in Space Marine power armor carrying the broken body of Tome's character through heaven. And I just remember that scene, and it's just, how did this happen?
George Costanza was always the most powerful.
Carried around by Battle Brother Costanza, and I had no idea I still don't know exactly who George Costanza is.
It's pronounced Costanza.
Shima, you have to put a George Costanza NPC in Acadia.
You've seen Seinfeld, Vigil, at all?
Yeah, I know who he is. He's the guy who says, they shim blocked me, Jerry. It's not that bad of a thing to get shim blocked. He shim blocked me.
He's probably, I would describe him as the most neurotic case in the Seinfeld cast.
Naraka
I
doesn't
know
even
the
begin to
general-
describe it. God, he's just
Yeah,
so like greedy and selfish, and
I know, but he's so funny at the same time.
he is. Yeah. Seinfeld was
I
one of the
have no
first instances of comedy that's just about really bad people.
Yeah. I remember we talked about
Show
this. That
about
one
nothing.
stream, I did the Seinfeld image for our start.
And now we have 14 seasons of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
That show's still good though.
I know, it's so good.
F.E.A.R operative liberated a hostage, Aldous Bishop, who claimed that he was interrogated about Harlan Wade, a senior Armacham researcher. Wade's whereabouts are unknown. Bishop also reported that he is a colleague of Wade's daughter, Alice. It is assumed she have been targeted by replica forces and may already be a prisoner. Safaded operative Douglas Holliday is escorting Bishop to the roof for immediate evac. F.E.A.R technical
Sorry, continue.
F.E.A.R technical officer is continuing forensic breakdown of Safaded massacre site. There are indications that many Armacham employees were executed. Mission: combat operative will rendezvous with Holliday at the helicopter landing zone.
I'm now just remembering that the entire reason I made the Pretend Horse Playhouse is because I was annoyed Boris wouldn't let anybody else make the playlist.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know what? Screw
Was
this.
there
I'm
another-
making my own chat,
Daily
and then everybody
Post.
else moved to mine.
Daily
there a-
Post demanding that we bring bears back.
I remember Bears. Yeah.
I remember Colbert.
That
I
guy,
also remember
his
the Bears.
tangents were the best. His rants.
I remember him making a quote-unquote better version.
The
of
Femto Epic Lulz 9000 rules. I'm ashamed. I don't have any images of that save, and all the images in the archive are like thumbnailed. They're like
It would be on the same
unlegible.
computer as BK's shit, Bible. BK's Bible
pretty
shit.
sure I do. I'm pretty sure it's on my computer upstairs.
I would love to see what the image of
I
his
still
rule
have a
set.
lot of old. I still have a lot of the old pictures from the early days.
I might have one
Like,
too. I'm checking my files right now. I might have the one with bears
Oh, hold
on it.
on. If I go way back, I might have an old reaction post from fucking
As a side note, this was something when I was making those holiday images. I couldn't find that that Dimensional Labyrinth image you made, Shima, and I wasn't going to ask you for it because I was going to ruin the surprise. But I'll
do
just
you
bring it
want
up
'Cause I
now.
can sit-
If you have that, I would like that because I was surprised I didn't have it saved anywhere.
Yeah, hold on. I'll post it in VC context.
What was the
Also,
picture?
It was just
I
a
made
group
it-
shot
I-
of the party.
Yeah, I made a
remember
big
that.
group shot of everybody in Dimensional Labyrinth at the time. It was one of my first early art projects, working with, basically it was hand vectors in GIMP. It took a long time to do, but it was like one of the
What is
first Pokey
GIMP?
art I had.
Free-
GIMP is a free art, it's like
Graphic
Photoshop but
image
free.
manipulation program or something like that.
Something like that. It's basically Photoshop but free.
it's a 2006 horror game about a guy in a skin-tight costume.
Actually, the horror game part, I'm not sure about. Is that a reference to something, or
That was my old phone. I had those images.
Right now.
Yeah,
Um,
GIMP.
you
That would actually work great as like a royalty-free Hellraiser game. Just call it GIMP. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was just making fun of the fact that Shima said the acronym.
GIMP.
Main thing I remember about Colbert was the time I played as the Crimson Chin when we were doing a one-shot together.
fuck.
Yeah, I played as the Crimson Chin Pony, and it was awesome.
Is that a double kill? Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Ah, I didn't mystify both of them. Just one.
I'm mystified.
Every time we talk about these old campaigns, I'm shocked when I go back and read them, and it turns out they're like 10 or 20 sessions. Like, there was a time that Alt G1 being 60 was unimaginably excessive and unheard of.
Never say Alt G1 in my presence.
Why?
Oh God.
The
I
wound is
honestly
still
don't
too
remember
fresh.
anything about the campaign other than the intercharacter relations and drama.
other than Dusty just deciding like halfway through the campaign that he was just going to use it as a way to torture his players.
It definitely had a stronger early half. I think Dusty kind of lost his direction when he was going into the later half of Alt G1. It had a very strong start.
Well, I mean, do people not remember the rant that I had that ended the campaign?
No, I think that Alt G1 I think was around the time I wasn't playing Femto for a bit. So yeah,
it was kind of a shoehorned mecha sequence that didn't go over so well.
Well, no, what triggered the rant finally was apparently I'm the only one that remembers this because I hold a grudge.
Oh, finally penetrator ammo.
Which honestly, I ranted at Dusty on a personal level. I was very surprised he went to King's Dominion. But yeah, oh my god. The thing that like just finally put me over the edge and I just went on like a 10-minute tirade at him was when what was it? Something about I went to jump out a window and
I just remember I remember the moment being like we were having to do this giant mecha sequence that was
that was long before we finally stopped playing.
Oh. I thought, okay, I'm misremembering that, because I thought it was that giant robot sequence that was...
Oh, no, I brought up the giant robot sequence in the however long tirade it was, because I used that, because as I put it when I was yelling at him, that at some point along the way, this campaign went from being something actually respectable and thought out to just him masturbating on a keyboard, talking about whatever things he happened to like at the time. And...
Oh, hold on.
Also, I posted the things in DC context for the Dimensional Labyrinth pictures if you want to get them.
Since it was founded in 1964, Armacam Technology Corporation has become a leading aerospace defense contractor, with revenues approaching $8 billion and almost 60,000 employees worldwide. The company specializes in satellite technologies, ground-based communications, and advanced weapon systems.
Here at Armacam, we use the whole bullet. That's more bullet per bullet.
Here's the radio? Okay.
It was something about... I went to jump out a window, and hello.
I lost connection. I missed everything after jerking it onto a keyboard.
Oh,
that was the last thing I had said about it.
Yeah, we ran to a radio, so you missed none of the conversation.
Oh, perfect.
Continue. It was something about jumping out of a window, and...
Get us the hell out of here! What's happening?
Oh. Wait, those are my guys. Oh, wait, no. Those are not me. Get my guys.
Instead of jumping out of, like, it boiled down to him saying I wasn't being descriptive enough. Like, instead of doing something in a reasonable manner that I had assumed was obvious that what I meant, he was like, you didn't bother opening the window and you just jumped through broken glass.
Oh, wait, I think I actually remember seeing that. Okay.
And then, like, it boiled down to, like, he called me an idiot. He actually called, like, that, he didn't, like, imply it. He straight up called me an idiot because I couldn't figure out how to jump out of a window. And at that point, I was not enjoying this game anymore because, again, it was just a combination of Dusty jerking off onto a keyboard, inserting whatever thing he happened to like at the time, and just torturing the players. Does nobody remember the, like, dozen-long sessions of us being trapped in a hallucination, and multiple times we thought we broke out of the hallucination, and then turned out, no, we're still in the hallucination. And then that was...
anything about this campaign,
and then that was immediately followed by a plot line about a shapeshifter replacing various party members, including ourselves, and like we would suddenly discover we're the shapeshifter. And so like, and then I think that then turned back around to discovering that we were still trapped in the illusion. And it was just like, There's so many layers of this. Like, how are we to ever know again if we are trapped in if what is real?
No, I have to say, if it wasn't for the fact it was done poorly, that would be a great plot line involving changelings.
I vaguely.
Someone tell me what the plot of Alt G1 is.
There wasn't one.
Apparently.
That's the thing. Like,
How did it start? How did it start?
Alt G. I remember Alt G1 very fondly for the first part of it. How it started is that we all got on a train and we entered into a parallel world, which was basically the original G1 Pony World, except alternate. Dusty took some liberties with it. It was basically themed around like dark '80s cartoon and movies that were prevalent at the time, and it was really neat. He had kind of like this neat lore about the Skull King at a time where. It was like borrowing a lot from those sorts of old like Black Cauldron movies, stuff like that. It was generally, like, I thought it was interesting because it was like my first exposure to the G1 lore.
Yeah, he had this really cool Skeletor figure who was really more of a kind of a cross between Lord Genome and Simone, or Simon from Adventure Time, I guess, and that he had a kind of a really tragic backstory before everything became something. I forget most of it. I just remember he was cool.
Yeah, I definitely have fond memories of the first parts of Alt G1. I thought Dusty kind of lost the direction about halfway through, but I certainly, the parts that you're talking about, Hinkle, with the hallucinations, that does sound vaguely familiar, but I didn't commit it enough to memory to say for sure exactly how bad it was. But I definitely believe you in this case where it was just egregious with the level of, no, you're actually the interloper. You're actually the imposter.
He seems to have forgotten the #1 writing tip is that it was all a dream is extremely cheap writing.
Pixel asks, "Did you meet Megan in the campaign?"
I do not remember. I don't think we met Megan.
Me? Why do you say it like that?
You're actually the sus. I like that.
It's you ever see those Scooter Tricks videos?
Take cover.
No.
Okay, so Scooter Tricks is another series of pony videos based on G1, and it's basically like G1 abridged. And the running joke is that the horses, because the dumb horses, keep mispronouncing Megan's name as Megan. And they say it so much they've gaslit me into thinking that's how it's actually pronounced. So she's not Megan anymore, she's Megan.
Oh, there's a guy over there.
But no, unfortunately we did not meet Megan in Alt G1. I don't think, anyhow.
The epic campaign Vigil was running, and I was so upset when that died.
Which
I
one?
remember very little about that either, since it only lasted like 6 games.
Yeah, we were playtesting the epic thing that we had.
Oh right.
And I think we might have also been doing the flaws and merits thing before. I remember I loved that system, but it apparently wasn't very popular.
Everyone else hated it for some reason.
I didn't hate it. I just recall. I remember. I recall I was seeing that there was some flaws with it, in that there was like. It was very unbalanced from one side to the other.
It was in the system. It was in the game.
Wait, say that again?
What are you guys talking about?
This way.
Khazard said there was flaws with the flaws.
Oh yeah.
Of the merit. Well, I would imagine that if I looked at Andy the work, I would think it was terrible.
I'm gonna check it out.
Because it's probably terrible.
The one that was just like, you can't do 2 normal attacks in a row was like, yeah, that's a really bad flaw. Because if you have a lot of high cooldown stuff, you're screwed.
Yeah, I think that was my thing, is that it was just the flaws you could pick were very unbalanced compared to some of the buffs you could get, so...
They were flawed, or they were like, you could easily, the one that was like, you can take a mental illness, it's like, alright, megalomania, or something like...
Yeah, it was also open-ended, too, like...
Yeah.
It's either, oh, this is nothing, or, oh, this kills your character from being useful.
I would probably think it was terrible if I read it again. I don't remember a thing about it really, but I would imagine any early mechanical work I did was unusably bad.
I just realized my mic had been.
Okay, I was about to ask because you've been quiet for a bit.
Oh yeah, I just launched that guy.
I was
about
getting
to ask.
so frustrated because I was talking and people kept talking over me.
I apologize. No, I thought I was going to comment on it because I hadn't heard you say anything in quite a bit, but your thing didn't say muted, so I wasn't quite sure what was going on.
Sorry, Amanda just went to bed, and I had to mute my mic to say goodnight to her. And
I want to say a point of Vigil saying if you looked back at the system, you would probably hate it. The thought crossed my mind yesterday of like thinking back of like the campaigns and making characters and stuff, and it's like, wow. I have really grown as a writer a lot since then. And it's probably like just surprising of just how much playing tabletop has improved writing and game design thought and stuff.
All right. So what I was going to say, yes, what was it called? Boons and flaws?
Yes,
perks and flaws.
I just threw that right on his skull.
Yeah, the perks and flaws sucked. Some of the flaws were just straight up role-playing flaws and not actually anything that affected gameplay. So, like, yeah, it was
is this
really easy
Is this a version of Simple 10 I'm forgetting?
No, this was very, very early Fettel. It was a side thing.
I created an optional subsystem meant to allow for more character customization options.
Oh, you made it? Why did I think Felix made it?
I thought I made it.
At the very least, it was Vigil and Felix.
Or I know Felix made something. That wasn't
I think Felix was involved in it. I know that Vigil made it, though.
I know for a fact Felix made the expanded racials list.
Yeah, and then there was also an epic class upgrade thing, and
so the epic thing was what I was going to talk about.
There was one more thing I think that was made that never took off. I can't remember it.
Because people didn't like the epic thing either, and that one surprised me. And I think that was just a result of half of the players that we had at that time were not interested in playing a game.
It was
people like Boris and BK wanted to just whip out their dicks and pee on people.
Yeah.
They weren't so like having a system that made you even more powerful was for them just like, this is not what I want. Where's the peeing?
Yeah, they were fluff, not crunch.
Yeah.
Oh!
Well, I mean, I rather liked it, but I thought I was having fun being there.
We're in a horror section now.
It's so much progress lost.
I was having fun being a Draconicus.
Also, to answer your before I climb up this ladder, to answer your question, Pixel, would you guys ever start a tabletop stream? We were actually mentioning that earlier. Yes, Vigil has a side system made off of World of Darkness called Shrouded Earth, and we're gonna do a one-shot of that sometime.
It's more of a I made my own with blackjacks and hookers.
Yeah.
It is an original system with an original setting that happens to exist in the same general genre.
Yeah.
But it's completely...
Right, yeah. I don't want to misadvertise it. Oh no, that's gas.
We're in the Half-Life 2 part of the game.
Anyway, so yeah, I thought I did the merit and flaw system, and Epic, I remember I did, but I don't remember exactly what quality it was, either of those. I do know we collaborated to write Hyperspace Hyperwars, and I do remember that he promptly ignored most of the collab parts of the work, which annoyed me. Because I ended up writing a lot of weird things into the setting that I thought were interesting, and he replaced them with generic science fiction or Warhammer 40,000 cliches.
Yeah, which is why I never had any interest in the game.
Yeah, originally we wrote the Griffins, and I had written them as kind of a ray gun gothic race. You know, shiny jumpsuits, fishbowl helmets, chrome ray guns, a real Fallout aesthetic. Pre-war Fallout aesthetic. And he didn't use any of it. He completely rewrote them when they came up in game. And there was a couple different examples of that. And it annoyed me because the character I was playing was supposed to be a scholar. So the information that they had on the setting was just completely incorrect. Through no fault of my own, but because Felix kept blatantly ignoring the setting doc that we had written together. Like, it would have been one thing if he had reinterpreted it or modified it, or at least told me ahead of time.
But, you know, he just clear-cut it and redid it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Hyperspace had some flaws. Like just on that knowledge thing, I remember there's a few times when, you know, I would meet other knights of my faction. I was told at that moment how I was supposed to greet them after I already greeted them, which kind of made my character look a little stupid.
Yeah, there was a lot of things where the character looked stupid. And another thing was,
which way do I
is
go?
he never really specified how important or how good knights were supposed to be. So it ended up being very awkward. Like, I gave my character a very over-the-top Space Marine style, almost Primarch. I basically ripped off Conrad Cruz for the backstory and made my character Batman. And then the actual significance of them in the setting was variable. It was kind of hard to tell exactly how strong or important.
I also just two things I like remembering about Hyperspace. Well, not like remembering, two bad things. Since we were just mentioning Ulchi 1 earlier, I remember for the first 3 sessions of Hyperspace Hyper Wars, Dusty was stuck in a trash compactor, and he just re-rolled a new character because he could not get out of it.
I remember we spent an entire session trying to get through a steel door. And no matter what we tried, he just said it didn't work.
There was another one of spending 3 sessions running down a trench, getting shot at by enemies because it was that long that we had to keep rolling to run down it without getting shot. Oh yeah, because we didn't have a healer, so we kept getting. I remember kept getting knocked helpless, and I would have to spend like 2 turns slowly healing off of like bandages I had that he decided to let count as a med kit because we had no healers in the party. Oh yeah, then he gave Sneaky a healing wand that was a tree branch that could be destroyed by fire. Which I'm glad we didn't run into fire after that.
I was gonna ask, was it destroyed by fire?
No, I think the game ended shortly after that.
So this place is falling apart.
I mean, we did just blow up the gas pipe.
The follies of old days DMing.
Yeah.
I mean,
there was a lot of good stuff, but there was a number of flaws in running it.
And perks.
I think a lot of the worst stuff, I think a lot of the worst stuff in DMing we don't really see as much anymore, mainly because we just talk about it more and collaborate more. You know, the addition of all these out-of-character chats and just generally the fact that we all know each other and have for so long means a lot of this stuff gets discussed out before it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
I think the biggest DM problem I've had recently is when we did the Supreme Demonic Tyrant fight in X-Squad, where I marketed the arc as being an arc to show off how strong the characters had gotten since the beginning of the campaign. And then I ended up deciding that the final boss of the arc was too weak, even for an entertaining lump around. So I buffed the boss of the arc, reasoning that, well, if I make him a little too strong, they'll just beat him up together. And then several things happened. One, Scruffy wanted to fight him one-on-one, which I had expected to some degree. But then 2, the dice absolutely hated him for most of the fight.
That seems to happen in a lot of stories.
Yeah, it was a combination. I said this was going to be an easy boss for you to show off how cool you are. And then I buffed him at the last minute. And the dice hated him.
In and out, 20-minute boss fight, in and out.
And it just completely changed the tone of the fight. And Scruffy was... You ever have a point where...
Salty about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You ever have a fight in
it's
a
just a
campaign,
skeleton.
It's just bones,
and you
Khazard.
get to that point where, you're normally when you're rolling attacks as a DM, you're happy when you get a good roll because you're thinking, this will turn
Thank you.
players. This will turn up the heat on the players and make it
Thank you.
tense and cool.
Khazard also.
You ever get to the point where the other player is getting so visibly salty and angry that you're like, man, I really hope I roll like shit. Because I'm like,
Yes, most of the time when I'm DMing for Voyage.
how many bad rolls can how many more good rolls can I get before they quit my game?
I'm gonna quit off of that, but it's like, yeah, I was getting annoyed.
Oh yeah, I was talking to Shima in one of the off channels. I was like, man, I'm really hoping Scruffy doesn't quit the campaign because he's so pissed off about how tits up this went.
No, I won't quit over a bad fight. I've got more gumption than that.
I was gonna say that's probably something that has helped fix out a lot of the issues we had in the earlier days. Is we do have more rules and dice and stuff set up since the games were very freeform in the early days.
I don't think I've ever quit a game aside from that one I got killed in Femto. I forget what the setup was, but
the one where they killed you because they didn't like you.
Well, it was that, and the party split over what to do.
Yeah.
Which was we were presented with, well, this stranger has come to town, and it's like the townsfolk say she brought the monsters, but she says she's innocent. And like half the party's like, let's just turn her in.
Plus, there's a guy there. He was sorry, stuff was happening. There was a guy poking around. There was a guy peeking around the corner.
Hey, he's not allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do that.
I just become afraid of drama when people start getting too angry during a campaign.
Managed to rein that in. I've got a better hold of my anger in that regard nowadays.
Does anybody remember Midnight Aura?
Midnight Aura. I'm not sure.
He was a player who was in DLFM, who at one point asked me, "What is Aura?" Like, Aura, the
power
concept,
the
power in DL, and I explained to him what Aura was. I was like, "Well, it's a manifestation of your will, made of magic," and he's like, "No, but what is it?" And I was like, What do you mean? And he's like, what does it do? I'm like, it does these powers. Here's the rules on it. It does these things. He's
I
like,
looped again on purpose.
Right. And then he's like, yeah, I get the rules, but like, what is it? I was
it's getting too metaphysical.
And I literally, I answered the question in every possible way I could, and he just continued to have the same questions over and over again, and it literally went on for hours. And eventually I was just like, he called me an idiot. Again, there's another story where somebody called me an idiot for something absurd.
It sounds like a kid that like asks but then keeps delving deeper into the question. It's like, no, there isn't anymore. Okay. That's what it is.
It's magic.
Was he trying to think? Okay, I know you're probably going to tell me that this is not the case, but was he trying to get like a mechanistic explanation, like what is it in the universe?
No, I absolutely, because that's what it kept bouncing between. I kept on linking to him the rules.
No, I don't mean the mechanics. I mean, like, was he trying to figure out some really specific in-universe physics explanation of how it accomplishes what it does?
Like a kid that keeps saying why? Yeah, it sounds like that, Pixel.
I mean, I feel like that question was answered.
I like that.
I feel like that question was what?
Answered. Like, in my answers. Like, I don't know.
I mean, I think just explaining it as, like, it's magic. It's magic created from your will. I don't know what else you could say it was made from. I'm not sure what else.
I feel like this is why
you can start getting into specifics of how it operates. Deepest lore.
Yeah,
if you wanted to.
I was gonna say, this feels like
No.
where if a person keeps doing that, you just gotta reference something else and just be like, it's like the Force of Star Wars, and then the person probably would be immediate. Oh, why did you just say that?
That's an interesting idea. This blinking light would seem to indicate that you're supposed to.
But there's no phone.
What about the thing
Maybe it's,
connected
yeah, I was
to
gonna say what
Yeah.
the thing next.
I remember when I played with this shit DM, he spent the entire session talking about Diablo and other tabletop games before ending the game saying, I'm too tired. so you didn't even play the game?
No wonder you were willing. No wonder you're willing to tolerate our bullshit.
PV Pixel, yeah, I came to the conclusion that he was just fucking with me, and I was just like, I don't deal with trolls. You're not in my game anymore, bye.
Oh, you want to talk? Remember Blue?
Yeah.
Which Blue?
Eternal Blue.
Oh,
Ashmaker, Eternal Blue, whatever.
Yeah, Eternal Blue was a piece of work. I was around for Eternal
Yeah,
Blue.
I got tangled up with that.
I like that bit where they said that they got their boyfriend. They got their boyfriend to come on, saying, "Hey, you've made my girlfriend really upset."
Yeah, you made my girlfriend cry, and they just went on like an hour-long paragraph after paragraph in this thing too.
Which was probably still just the same person.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do find it funny that Eternal Blue made a Shadow Pony character and a Kieran before they both got officialized in the show years later.
That was pretty funny.
Perhaps they were just a time traveler.
I still think it's a Hasbro employee stealing her ideas.
Eternal Blue, I also is another piece of evidence that I have that BK was a girl, because Eternal Blue's questionable gender really pissed off BK.
Again, if BK was really a girl, this is deepest lore for me. I think that's pretty funny. Because I just never would have guessed it otherwise. I mean, partially because I've never had any hands-on experience with BK. BK left by the time I started getting really active with Femto. But I just hear, like, BK is this mythological figure to me that I never had the chance to interact with.
Fucking terrible human being.
To you.
Fear Combat Operative has
That's what I'm talking about.
resurfaced.
Everyone has different perspectives. Everyone has different perspectives of BK, but gosh darn it, everyone has an opinion about BK.
The main things I remember at BK is I remember that he always, I think I'm remembering the right person. Didn't he always play as a human?
Yeah.
He would try to, if he could.
Yeah, play as a human, and I think somebody would always just say he was just a shaved diamond dog.
You know what it is? I'm Double D, and BK is Eddie's brother. Everyone knows about Eddie's brother except me.
And the other thing is, I remember that he cheated. And I remember a specific instance where we were doing a kind of open world game where the party was traveling from a central hub and can go around to different locations doing different things. And my character was off doing something in one area, and his character was miles and miles away off doing something in another area. And he decided he was interested in screwing up what I was doing. So he said his brother went to my
Pop him in the
location.
back of the knees.
Yeah.
And he
Just crumpled him.
immediately arrived.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, he immediately. Well, that's always
He
been a bit of a.
immediately arrives on the same post with no time elapsed.
Yeah.
And just ruins what I'm doing. It made me so mad.
Yeah, I think we also just didn't DMs back then didn't enforce on people saying no, you can't do that.
I mean,
Who was used to be,
Well, because again, that was back during the days where people just wanted to whip their dicks out and pee on people.
Yeah.
who was it who used to DM? They were like, you had to be super specific about your combat posting. Or
Oh my
like,
god, I think it was BK.
No.
I'm pretty sure it was a
wasn't.
BK game where
Why do I feel like also
I was
Cole
playing
did that
as a
too?
character who could fly. and it was like this urban combat setting. We were like high up on some skyscrapers, and I had 2 NPCs following. And my character flew ahead and decided to, just fly from building to building. The other 2 NPCs with me couldn't fly. I did tell them to follow me, clearly implying get down the building, do whatever you can to follow me. Because I was not clear enough, BK just had the 2 NPCs jump off the nearest roof and die.
Aim for the bushes.
Hey, I mean, that's DMing as game engine.
I mean, it's the funniest way he could have interpreted it, so I'll give him that. They see you fly and forget they can't.
Oh my god.
But no, I forget. We were may have been Boris or somebody else. One of his.
There's no way it was Boris.
Boris, I think, was the no. The first campaign I ever played.
That his campaigns were going to be very combat focused, and I remember I was using like ice magic, and I was like, "Oh, I aim it at the ground to make it slippery." He's like, "Ah, that's good." And then it's like, "Okay, I aimed it in the. I try to specify I'm hitting them in like this place." Like, no, you got to be more specific. Bounces harmlessly off the armor. It's like, oh, okay, you're going to be that kind of guy. It's like, you can't just be clever, you have to be minutely specific, otherwise he's just not going to accept it.
Does anyone remember
That's like a text
Ironsides?
adventure.
Anyone remember Ironsides? That was the first guy
I remember
that was the first
name,
campaign I played in.
but I don't remember much else. Have you got... Oh, you go, Hinkle.
Something I remember was Contra taught me a very valuable lesson about DMing, and the first time he ever appeared.
For a second, I thought you meant the video game.
The first time he appeared, he basically wanted to play Breaking Bad, and he made this character who had a bunch of chemicals in his pot.
It's Fat Rounding. It's Fat Rounding McPatterson.
Oh, good thing there's only one O there.
No thanks to you guys.
Oh, it's you guys. I thought I was a gooner.
The elevators are offline, and those soldiers are everywhere. You've got to find a security office and override the lockdown.
You gonna stay put this time?
On my honor.
Yeah, that's not good enough. I like the music gets a little goofy while he was talking too.
Yeah.
Every game needs their levity moments.
Anyway, you were saying?
He had a bunch of chemicals in his inventory, and basically used them Breaking Bad style to create all these various chemical reactions and do stuff that, like, his character mechanically had no reason to be able to do it, but also, like, there it is in his inventory, and that is how the chemicals function. So it's just a very valuable lesson on what you should allow your players to have, and also sometimes you just gotta say no. It's not gonna work. Just
no, you're not starting with fulminated mercury off game start. No.
Oh.
One thing see whatever.
Yeah,
One
sorry,
thing
the guy.
I really like doing in X-Wad and in Shrouded Earth was
You're not gonna go in there?
No, I am. I was just checking what was this way.
Making
the rules cover so many different situations that a lot of this did not need to be improvised. So if a character decides, well, I'm going to use this obscure chemical or this weapon or something else, I already have the rules at least vaguely outlining what kinds of things this should be capable of doing. I like doing that because it's like having all the toys in the toy box. Someone says that, they're doing this to deal with a dinosaur, and I have stats for dinosaurs, and I have stats for whatever stupid thing that they were having. And it's so funny because it let me set up so many scenes in X-Wad which were just patently ridiculous. Like, one of my favorites is okay, very briefly, I've told this story before, but I'm gonna briefly go over some of the details again. Verb's character had gone on national television to talk about the fact that he had acquired one of the world's largest oil companies through legitimate financial means. And the person hosting the show was a vampire. And it was obvious. Like, if you believed in vampires, you would know at a glance that this guy was a vampire.
Mm-hmm.
It was just obviously... I mean, he was effectively Jimmy Fallon, except his show was called The Late Night Bite.
Okay.
So it was really obvious. Anyway, and so Verb's character decided that he was going to make a spectacle of the interview as kind of a shot across the bow at all of the local vampires. To basically say, I don't care about your rules, I don't care about your masquerade, I don't care who you think you are or what you think you run. I am going to make a fool out of you. And he proceeds to do it by just doing everything he can except outright call this guy a vampire live on air, while also doing a bunch of dumb Zoomer memes, like showing pictures of vampires drawn as Giga Chads as part of his financial speech, and eating cakes that he had made to look like Tide Pods. And just... Anyway, and then he caps this off by having the ghost of Leonidas attack the guy mid-broadcast.
With a dual disc on his arm.
No, he didn't have a dual disc. That's not what happened.
Oh, I thought he had
Leonidas
a dual disc.
didn't have...
Well, I
No,
thought Ferb
no,
did.
what happened later was when Leonidas got killed again by the vampire, because, again, he's a vampire. He's kind of good at this. They had cut the feed by this point. Anyway, Adam's character, Verb's character, ends up staking him with a Yu-Gi-Oh card, and I allow it because it's made of wood. Anyway, that's not the situation that happened. The situation that happened was 10 arcs later, after the Men in Black had gone after him for this massive violation of the secrecy of the supernatural. And it had turned into this giant situation where Shima's character and Verb's character were holed up in this building in Chinatown with some friends of Verb's character. And Verb's character had previously acquired a number of Soviet-era tanks. And he just decided to plant them all over just set them outside the building. And so here he is in a building surrounded by a bunch of kung fu guys, a couple of Asiatic vampires, CNN's news van, the New York City Police Department with a bunch of squad cars, there for his benefit because he called the police on the Men in Black, which should not have worked, but Verb's character is
Yeah, he's got great
persuasive.
charisma. Yeah.
superhuman charisma, and he had previously set himself up favorably with the police. So he called the police on the Men in Black. And the fact is that I was able to set up this ridiculously convoluted situation of I've got all these cops, I've got all these cop cars, I've got all these men, I've got a bunch of Soviet-era tanks, I've got all of these different supernatural beings and all of this equipment and all of these different things that could interact in a million different ways. And the fact that I had it all neatly referenced so that anything that could happen, I was prepared for. And then almost none of it mattered because Grenades' character charged to the front using a power that amplifies his intimidation factor while disguised as a goose. And scared most of my toys away so that they did not end up mattering.
Lol.
This is what I love. I love having all the toys statted. So that there's nothing outside. I don't like if there's things outside the scope of the game unless they're not intended to be in the scope of the game at all. If it's something that could reasonably happen, I want to be prepared for it without having to do a lot of prep. That's why Shrouded Earth has so many things that I designed where I was trying to make subsystems where I want this to be simple, but I want to be able to cover what happens if a suitcase nuke goes off at the feet of my party.
If the game ends up going to 5 players for some reason, I really recommend Verb, just because I really feel like he's going to be the best to stress test this, just because he thinks very outside the box.
I like.
Let's get 2 characters who can warp reality on a whim and put them in Adam's employ.
Were they playing as hunters? Vigil, I think, or you guys will be better able to answer that.
We're playing. This is an Exalted campaign. We were playing as various sorts of Exalted.
Yeah, okay. The
3 solar variants and a lunar.
Yeah, the premise is
we're very diverse.
Exalted was
hold on, before going on to sorry, just before that, just so Khazard can keep making progress, maybe listen to the phone more and let him continue, and then we'll go on.
You have 1 new message. First message from an outside number. Jason, it's me. I just saw the news. What's going on? Please call me back and let me know you're okay. I'm really freaking out. End of messages.
No. Jason has a nice girl waiting for him.
Yeah, done.
Basically, Pixel. Exalted was another game made by the company that does World of Darkness, which was kind of this anime mythology game. And it was originally sold as a preview. And what happened is that a couple of years ago, back in 2018, one of the devs ended up making a crossover game, which was basically just porting the Exalted to World of Darkness. And going with the premise of, what if the mythological demigods from prehistory came back? And essentially every single one of them, with a little bit of experience under their belt, is as powerful as a Methuselah vampire. So picture 4 Methuselah vampires running around the World of Darkness, causing shenanigans. That is the campaign, and that is the campaign I've been running for what is effectively 70 sessions now.
Do you have an end plan?
Yes, the next arc. We're on the last scene of this. We've been trying to write the time tomorrow, maybe Sunday, and then after that scene, we're moving into the final arc of the campaign.
Is definitely not Obadiah still the main villain?
He is still the main villain. He will still be the main villain. But what happened is the most recent thing that happened is that Scruffy's character ended up taking over a large spiritual plane and becoming dictator of it. That's
yes.
Yeah. And at the same time that he defeated his nemesis to do that, the universally recognized symbol of the apocalypse in the setting appeared in the night sky. So when they get back to Earth, they're going to find that this has happened, and it is going to color everything that goes into the next arc. The fact that the apocalypse seems to be beginning in some form or another. And at the same time as that happens, Verb's character is going to continue with something he's had planned for a while, which is a shonen anime tournament that he is planning on throwing for every character in the entire campaign so far. That incidentally is... Huh?
Nothing. I just shouted about dual disc systems.
Oh, yeah, it is explicitly Battle City. It's explicitly Battle City if Battle City was to end sexual harassment in the corporate workplace.
Sexual
the entire thing... He calls it the Sexual Harassment Awareness Games, or the SHAG for short.
Well, it started as the Sexual Harassment Awareness Gala, and then we made the joke about SHAG games, and I think that's where it went from there.
I like the idea. You gotta find a date for the shag. Nobody can go to the shag by themselves.
Which is why it's called the shag games for the gala.
Oh, it's basically Verb's character as Seto Kaiba setting up for a far more dramatic sequel to the entire thing with Vampire Jimmy Fallon by doing a inter-supernatural Battle City tournament that will have the apocalypse happening as a backdrop. I already have plot in mind why they don't just drop the tournament and start focusing on the imminent matter of the end of the world. And the short version is that several characters will tell them because Destiny says so.
This place where Destiny will be made.
Exactly. This is what it's going to happen. If you end the tournament, it's not going to stop whatever it is that's happening. And since nobody knows what's happening, because every supernatural race has a different version of the apocalypse and you don't know which one is happening, they're basically stuck trying to figure it out as they go along. And
My
probably best everyone in one place.
It's actually the Cell games.
Best case scenario, I win.
It is also the Cell games, yes.
My character was the one who did the sexual harassment that initiated the need for sexual harassment awareness.
Thank you for that update, Shima.
It was
That's
not
not a
actual
good
se-
claim to fame.
That is not what happened. What happened is that Scruffy's character owns a van, and they both slept in the van, platonically. And, yeah, they cuddled up together. And so, Verb's character decided that since he had declared previously, I don't know if they actually signed the paperwork, but he declared that they were employees of his oil company. So this was technically inappropriate fraternization. Decided the appropriate solution was to throw a giant festivity to
Celebrate
to remedy
that.
yeah.
The way
Increase awareness and prevention in the corporate workspace.
the way I remember it is that Black and Arsino didn't even cuddle; they slept side by side, but there was no touching involved. And then the next
I
day,
thought the joke was that Black got really flustered and just slept on the roof.
The way I remember it is just the day after either Jim or Adam was making a comment about Black sleeping with Arsino and not making a move, and Black was like, "I totally could have made a move if I wanted to," and then that was the sexual harassment that required the sexual harassment awareness.
I thought that they cuddled up in their sleep was what happened.
I remember it my way is how I remember it happening. We can look
We can look through the Roll20 archive at some point, but
I like.
That's the most main character thing Shima said in a while.
I remember it.
I remember it my way.
Alright, so I like Kallert saying, "Hey, Kaz is making too much progress. You should talk about the Skittle bugs in the Ponyverse." No, we're not doing. We're never talking
progress.
about them.
yeah, you wanna make Kaz angry, bring up Skittlebox.
Also, this other question I liked earlier, Pixel said, "Have you guys had a tabletop character that you love so much you like to write a story about?"
Yeah.
Khazard has written several.
Not those kind of story.
I have like 4 different book ideas that I keep rotating between. That when I actually have the mental fortitude to write anything, I write. But I incorporate several of my tabletop characters into the stories.
I've had the idea of the games that have been. I still don't call them canceled. I just say on indefinite hiatus that might change. Of just right. Hey, Dimensional Labyrinth and Hyperspace Hyperwarps and Time Quest could all come back. I still believe.
No.
But I've had ideas to just write a story just to cover, to give some sort of wrap up to my characters from those games. So that way it's not just the thing ended.
I did start writing what I had planned on doing with Dimensional Labyrinth.
I actually remember that the other day. I had a copy of it saved to my Google Docs. I still have not read it yet.
That's why I stopped writing it.
I just remember.
The weirdest idea you picked was the idea of making DL canon to Arc, and they just closed the Dimensional Labyrinth because 'tis a silly place.
Yeah, it's just in the future.
I just remember. I definitely still owe you guys. I want to do Q&A sessions on TQ and SQ at some point.
I still have like a whole document of questions written up that I'm waiting to get
Someday,
answered.
eventually.
Yeah, let me get
and
going with
it's-
SE to focus on, and then I'll do those.
Yo, rocket launcher! Dropping the dual pistols
This
for that.
gun sucks.
I totally won't accidentally blow myself up with this.
Save.
Answer to the question, I don't know about writing, but I have several characters that I really, really liked. I had a ghost girl I played in one of Shima's campaigns, and then I had a Babylonian emperor that I played as in another of his campaigns, and I really, really like both of those characters.
Is it weird that I forgot Shima was the DM for Soul Quest?
I haven't GM'd in a while. I don't understand. But my answer to that question is I've written a couple of backstory fics for Yin before. I really liked Yin Yang. I really liked playing as Yin. Probably still my favorite PC I've done.
Actually, yeah, I have written some. I've written some little shorts. I wouldn't know if I'd call them stories, but I've written some shorts for Nero and for Alexis.
That's how Alexis got started. I remember Alexis started with a short story I read.
I feel, yeah, you finished that question.
And then she, yeah, she started with a short story, and then she became. We did a death battle, and that elaborated her character. You were using your Luce Quest.
Yeah, Darky Donkey. I do remember my private detective Donkey.
Yeah, his name was like
Darky
Donkey.
I thought it was Darky Donkey is what I named him.
No, this was for Luce wanting to run Vampire the Masquerade.
Oh, it was Jack Spector, the Jack Spector character. Yes, that's who it was.
That was it.
Jack Spector. Yeah. Yes, the vampire detective. Okay, so there. Yeah, that's another. Bringing it back to World of.
I always pronounced it Lucci.
I have just pronounced it loose.
I also said loose.
I thought it was Luce.
Sometimes.
I thought it was Luce. Like I thought, isn't Luce like Latin for something?
Well, either way, Luce has the majority vote because Vigil and Shima count as one vote, so we win.
This isn't a democracy. This is a dictatorship, and I'm Hitler.
I guess to clarify also, for our we could answer for our favorite characters. For the ones on my games that got canceled, since I said before, for Dimensional Labyrinth, my character for the chat to know was a skeletal Pegasus cursed. He was a necromancer who was alive for so long because he fought a lich back in ancient times, and the lich made him the faciliary. So that phylactery. See, okay, I thought that's what it was pronounced, and I thought no, it's faciliary because I heard that somewhere else.
Interesting.
So okay, so phylactery. So and also he really hated undead, which was really funny because half the party was some form of undead or necromancer adjacent in that party.
I loved that. All right, so for context, I ran for context of the audience, anyone who cares to listen, I ran two versions of the campaign that like were happening simultaneously. They were like canon to each other. It wasn't like I just started the same campaign for some other group. I made them canon to each other. The starting party, the first party, were incredibly heroic, but they were all like a bunch of edgelords.
It's perfect.
And then the second party ended up being like a whole bunch of really like peppy like do-gooders, like just a bunch of really, really good guys, cleric type like pop star people, and they just kept fucking up and destroying every dimension they went in. And so it was just a really fantastic juxtaposition between the two. Like the first party was becoming really famous heroes, and the other party was just like this just force of disaster.
Oh, they saw my flashlight.
I want you to finish. I want to make sure you finish your thought entirely, because I have something similar to that to talk about.
The second character that I'd like from the other game that was canceled for Time Quest was Onyxia for chat. Was a half crystal pony, half changeling that I really like the concept of, and one of the key things was she couldn't shapeshift herself, she shapeshifted objects because the crystal poniness prevented it from applying to herself. And it made her a blacksmith that basically had full metal alchemist powers. Also, thank you, Khazard, for explaining the Skittle bug so I didn't have to explain it and taint my tongue with their name.
I was so, just to go off on one quick tangent, and then I'll let Vigil go on to his another thought. I caught the leaks for the season 6 finale a month in advance, and I was dreading the day you would actually see it because I knew it was going to hurt.
I absolutely hate the concept that they went with. It's like they. How was I gonna word this? It's like it's like misconstruing the idea of the ugly duckling. Oh no! We took the changelings, we made them brightly colored, we made them stop eating on love because we could just somehow fundamentally do that, and now we like them and accept them, completely undoing the previous episode of showing, hey, changelings can change their stuff. And then
it's like I'm putting chemicals in the love that turns the friggin' bugs fey.
I like that. And then also, the kicker was later on of making fairings of like, oh, he's the only one that hasn't changed at the end of the episode. No, guys, I always loved the Hive, and then boom, he changes. What the fuck is that? The emotion didn't matter. He has to physically say it, and then that kicks off the transformation. The writers are terrible. I'm glad the show ended, actually.
Hey, would rather talk about Willem Dafoe's penis.
Speaking of what you were saying about your
Wait, let Khazard press the computer first. Hold on, sorry.
Let's turn on the Alienware computer.
Well, this confirms the point of Perseus was to train telepathic commanders to work with clone soldiers, although it looks like Paxton Fettel is the only commander of the program. The weird thing is, they refer to him as the second prototype.
Oh,
hinting at the first.
Which was probably from Icarus.
Which might be out.
No, I haven't hated MOP forever. I just don't like some of the writing they've done. Like, they really blew a lot of, Oh, the door locked behind me, that's why I can't get out. Like, they blew so many good ideas they could have had for Season 9.
So about Willem Dafoe's penis.
Oh, I feel like this would be a short question of... sorry, PB Pixel asked earlier, do you like the idea of taking one of your favorite tabletop characters and placing them all in one game and seeing them interact no matter the setting they started from? Hasn't that been an idea we've toyed around every now and then?
Yeah, we've talked about Crisis on Infinite Femtos a number of times.
Yeah.
And that's kind of related to something else I was talking about. This isn't what I was going to say, but this is something else I was waiting to say. I've been talking to Felix because I lost a grenade for XWAD, and I'm waiting to see if he's going to come back after this arc, but I don't think so. And Felix was asking if he could come in as his character from the previous campaign that I did.
Oh.
And I had the idea of just tweaking that campaign entirely in terms of its events. And say very similar to it happened in this one, because it's in the same setting, kind of. Just changed a few details. And basically making this the last arc of my current campaign, also the last arc of my other campaign that ended abruptly.
That's a cool idea. There's a phone there.
I know.
That also reminds me, another favorite character of mine is the one I played in the previous Vigil campaign. I really liked playing Kimiko, was my other favorite character I really liked.
Yeah, so linking the two campaigns and making them the same campaign and making the end of this one also the end of the other one. And it's also even funnier in terms of crossovers, because my Time Quest character, or rather a setting-adjusted variant of him, shows up as a minor NPC in this campaign also, so I can get absolutely everyone.
Phone war.
Involved in this ridiculous, huh?
I was saying phone war.
Watch MOP Season 6, Episode 4 on that laptop. Which
it's
episode
fun
is
to
that?
use a campaign to finish another campaign. I like that idea.
You have one new message. First message from Genevieve Aristide.
Oh, that's a new name.
John, it's Genevieve. It seems the Senator's plan failed.
That's your character, Scruffy.
His team has been unable to neutralize Fettel. We should assume the worst. Instruct the security force to repel all outsiders. We need time to clean things up. End of messages.
Wait, are they talking about me that I haven't been able to do my job?
Well, yeah, you haven't stopped him yet, have you?
I've been doing a lot of stuff.
Stop talking about tabletops and save the world.
No.
One for me would be from a werewolf campaign that ended up just kind of fizzling out. Was very similar to Shima's name. It was Hebiko, which was the were snake I was playing. It was basically a Yakuza boss.
Ooh, were snake. That's a fun idea.
Yeah, she was
Snake.
Yakuza boss / assassin.
Reptile woman. This is shocking news.
I wish I could throw a grenade in there.
Yeah, he just that guy
That'd been really
fucking took
funny.
off again.
She was really funny because I just built her to be gun. I just shot everything a bunch and it worked.
My superpower is that I have a gun.
I will defeat you with the power of...
Defeat with the power of friendship and this gun I found.
Anyway, the thing I was trying to say with Hinkle talking about his party being perfect for DL and DLFM is for XWAT, it's a setting detail for Exalted as a setting that it's kind of a pulp Conan mythology kind of setting where most of the characters are varying degrees of morally ambiguous. They usually act for personal reasons rather than some particular ethical goal. You know, it's like Conan the Barbarian. What is he trying to do this week? What is he wanting? He instigates the plot. You know, this is something that in a lot of modern heroic fiction, the hero is reacting to whatever the villain's doing. Whereas in more classical stories and in pulp stories, the hero instigates the plot. He's trying to get something or do something, and that causes people to oppose him. Mm-hmm. And he's also generally more passionate than cerebral. You know, Hercules is more of a emotional character. You know, he gets angry, he gets sad, and the world suffers the consequences. So that's the thing, is that the characters are, first of all, they are instigators rather than reactors, and they are emotional and impassioned rather than cerebral and deliberative. And as it turns out, my entire party ended up being all of those things.
Their story.
The mold.
That is pretty funny. I see your point, though.
Well, I'm going to finish my joke after you get through this. Thank you.
Oh my... Why? Why would he do that? There's no point to setting up a turret.
So, you have chosen death.
I want to see the ghost just explode him into mist. They are more passionate than Celestia. Well, that's easy, Pixel. Oh wait, I have a rocket launcher. Okay, you can continue now.
I don't know if you can.
Try the rocket launcher. Did you do it? Try it?
Yeah, I shot it. It didn't do anything.
Hurt himself. But what were you saying, Vigil?
Okay, can you hear? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get back in. Not working.
Interesting.
You can't see the stream?
Oh, 1 second. I might have to reset my thing in a second. To finish what I was... Oh, there it is. To finish my sentence, I said that my party ended up making perfect characters entirely by accident. Because it turns out that the psychological profile of epic heroes and hormone-driven teenagers is a overlapping circle.
Yeah,
that's an interesting concept.
It has been an emotional roller coaster in the Exalted game because basically it's just like Vigil said, they're emotional teenagers, their wants and needs change on a daily basis, and it's just been an interesting like emotional journey for all of them so far, finding out the responsibilities of what it's like.
You ever see that
godlike powers
that comic with like the guy who hangs out with Heavy from Team Fortress and some other manly guys like Duke Nukem, and he's doing a job for Zordon, and he's like, look, I don't know what to tell you, man. No, I don't know why anyone would want that, but it's what you asked for. in reference to teenagers with attitude as his heroes.
Oh, that was the turret.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would want that either. But that's what you asked for.
I'm just really hoping we get to the part of the game where shit really hits the fan.
Nope.
Wow, you just transformed that clock into a broken clock.
I punched it and it like went through like 50 years of decay.
Now it'll only be right once a day.
No, twice a day. There was no AM PM.
Yeah.
Twice
Haha, wrong.
Wait, go back.
Automatic defensive measures are active in this area. Unauthorized
Turn around.
personnel will be shot on sight.
No, turn around. What is that?
Armachav's Technologically Corporation.
It looks like a butt.
It's the Earth. It's a satellite. See, it's a satellite hovering over Earth.
Yeah, it's the Yeah, see, you got the beams here.
It's a woman being given a wedgie.
No, guys, it's a planet. Clearly, it's Uranus.
It just says, "Hey, Hinkle," and it's a picture of a butt.
Also, you missed something spooky.
No, I think that was the turret.
No, not spooky, just deadly.
When are we going to stop?
I don't know.
I mean, you can stop whenever you want. I can stop whenever I want.
I think they are hoping to get to one particular part, but I assume the next time we get to the end of the level would be a good stopping point.
Which whenever that may be. Soon-ish.
Yeah, this level's been going on for a bit. I'm sure we're near the end. So you can destroy these.
This is constituted several levels at this point.
Has it? It's all been the one building.
Yeah. It's been several levels though. It said interval number a few times now.
Oh, I thought those were just loading screens.
Well, sometimes they're loading screens, but sometimes
First, let me see what else I can find around here. Oh, maybe I should have checked that door first.
I think you're just making progress.
Yeah, let's see what's behind door number 1.
It's William Dafoe.
It's a donkey.
How did it get back here?
That turned off the power. Oh.
Yeah, but it also unlocked the door.
I could have done that to stop the turret.
Oh. You can also just turn the power back on now.
Nah.
I like the
If I turn on the power, that's what lets the... Okay, I guess it didn't turn off all the power. Wait, where? Oh, no, let me back in.
Yeah. It was getting around the corner there.
Ha, idiot. I would love if it actually could break through the glass with enough shots.
I'm smarter than a turret.
Oh,
than a turret.
Okay, this is why the company went to Ghosts. Look, their profits tanked.
They should fix that. They should make the line go up instead.
Either that or it's after turning to Ghosts, their profits start going down.
No, my Bitcoin! My apes!
Why did we start... Why did we start trying to sell to Ghosts? They have no money.
Ghost coin isn't selling.
No one's investing. It's too scary.
Alexa's had to have someone pay for her stuff.
I like that
make
law.
the symbol boo? People are gonna be afraid.
I just like that bit in Silquest. Alexis was offended she couldn't pay because she was dead. We're not allowed to accept dead people's money.
Well, she wasn't even that offended because she didn't know how to feel about it. Because she was going to get resurrected soon anyway, and it wasn't going to affect her. So, does it make it
there was
better
nothing
or
to
worse
come down
so
here for. Oh.
Oh, see, there's a hole there.
Stupid. I was looking at the turret. I didn't realize the tunnel. Ah, hell, thank you.
Oh, that was the power thing. Did you pull it?
Wait, then what was the other way?
No, that was a power thing right there, wasn't it?
No, that was
That
another
was.
turret. Now I wonder what was down this hall.
No.
There was a box.
Turn, go back.
There was a
yeah,
box
on the wall.
It didn't have a switch.
It did. Are you sure?
Yeah. See?
That thing right there doesn't have a. Okay, well, stop getting shot.
Yeah, why did you listen to us?
I don't know who to listen to anymore.
Damn, that thing's quick on the draw. That was it.
Oh, okay, so there was nothing back here. I should have checked here first. I need to go in zigzags.
Is there anything past that turret, like if you were to go right at this junction?
No, that just leads me to where the other room went. Because the one hallway put me on that side. This will put me on this side.
I see. I see.
Guess they're putting alternative ways to get through the turrets without wasting your bullets.
I don't want to go down that turret.
You don't want to go down that way. That has turrets in it. Oh, you can also just crouch, I think. If you just crouch down, the turrets can't hit you.
How do
Oh,
I
this
crouch
one.
down?
Do I go down that hallway? Or check around
That
over
look-
here?
What's that glowing blue screen that was behind you? That looks important.
That's the tour window.
Ah.
What? Oh, okay. I thought your choice was to go down that middle of that room.
Wait, this isn't way in the way. Oh, there's a vent there.
Wait for that guy to stop shooting just a bit.
Ow, ow.
I'm confused by your plan.
I want to check what's down this hallway. Ow, how did it hit me still?
I'm crouching. Persistent.
Eventually he'll run out of bullets.
Wishful thinking.
Oh wait, no, that's supposed to be in the other turret. What?
There's another turret.
Okay.
Ah,
Maybe
damn.
Maybe it's better
How,
to reset because I did
how
save
recent-
somewhat recently.
Okay, good. Because you have saved recently.
Yeah. See, I'm like right back at the start of the hallway.
All right, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I do have to say this game is not as good as I remember.
I think that might just be how I'm playing it.
Will be shot on sight.
Has anyone tried to make a cryptocurrency back when this game came out? Well, when did Bitcoin come about?
Not before F.E.A.R. F.E.A.R is like PS2 generation. And crypto is like at least one after that.
Like, it's actually funny. The combat is better than I remember, but the horror is less.
Well, to be fair, it's kind of hard to appreciate the horror under these circumstances when we're talking over it and shit posting over it and frequently
I
distracted
also
from it.
accidentally skipped multiple horror spots.
Yeah, I imagine the horror is great when it's like alone and you're having to, appreciate it. You only have yourself to appreciate with the horror. Like with us talking over it a bunch, especially, I'm sure it deviates a little bit.
I'm not gonna say I'm upset about it, but I will say I was disappointed when other people showed up for these streams.
Sorry.
I mean, I will say some of the segments with the enemies have gotten me, like those ninjas. Those definitely got spook on me. I definitely didn't play this game for the horror. I mean, I think the horror is a nice touch.
I definitely did play this game for the horror.
I think the
remember
horror
this game being scary as shit.
I think the horror is pretty on point. I like the parts where it catches you off guard with the sudden appearance of Alma or when the figures pop out.
Wait, did it ever actually say her name is Alma, or is that just Hinkle having told us?
Well, I think that's just that's common
I
knowledge.
don't remember. I feel like the name Alma has come up at least once.
I think it has come up, but I don't remember if they refer to it as being the actual.
Somebody in the chat might have used it.
No, but I think in the game it's also come up. I don't think they've actually connected the name to the girl yet. The EP's name. But, I mean, that solves a lot of problems.
Maybe I'll see.
If I had a nickel for every video game we played recently where an Alma was the main antagonist, I would have 2 nickels.
Really?
What?
Yes.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
I heard something. So that's probably the way to go. So what's down here?
Shima just beat the Morrowind expansion.
Yeah, Tribunal. Almalexia is the main. Well. Does this count as a spoiler?
Who cares?
For a 20-year-old game?
Oh.
It's an Elder Scrolls game.
Almalexia is the main bad guy of Tribunal. So that's
Listen,
2
if anyone is watching right now and decides to go play Morrowind Tribunal 20 years after it came out.
In the beginning, they told you be careful about the girl named Almond. Ah, okay. And it sucks our character has a nut allergy. An active phone call?
No, this is Patrick.
Chet? Chet, you're breaking up.
No, this is Patrick.
I am not a crusty crab.
Chet.
Well, that was interesting.
I am not a Chet.
Oh, see, look, they're doing good with this chart. It keeps going up. Unless it's fatalities, then that's not.
I am not a twitchy Chet.
Scruffy, that's the name of the live stream.
Barnacles.
What was that? Oh, I think I might have just be bumping into the chair.
It's really funny imagining people calling a restaurant going, "Hi, is this Twitch chat?"
Okay,
What?
Khazard.
Yeah.
The protagonist of the last piece of media you consumed before this game replaces your protagonist for this game. How good do they make? How well do they fare in this scenario?
Huh. The last piece of media.
Immediately before this game. Replaces your cool art.
What was I doing? Oh, Captain America.
Captain America could probably do really well in this situation.
In this specific situation, yes, but I am not convinced Captain America would live through what's about to happen.
I mean, immediately before playing this game, the last piece of media I watched was while eating dinner. I watched a video talking about how they change out the White House between presidencies. So it's the White House house maintainer is in this situation. I don't think he'd do too well.
So the janitor. We'll just say it's Joe Biden. Joe Biden has to get
well, no, it's also the transition, so it could be Trump. They have to tag
Captain
team.
America have much experience with psychics?
Oh, tons! Like half the people in Marvel are psychics. I'm sure Captain America has experience dealing with mutants and such.
I don't think he does.
I'm sure he's messed with psychics before. That just seems like way too.
Yes, because the last thing I watched was a clip from Men in Black. So,
I think
Will
he did.
Smith.
I think. What was his name for the movie? Jay. I think he'd do pretty well.
I thought it was Agent K and Agent J.
Yeah.
Or Agent J in this situation.
I think he'd do pretty well.
Yeah,
I think Agent J would do worse in this situation than the main character is doing, though. Agent J's kind of a goof at times.
Yeah, but he's
like,
also definitely good with the gun and able to outrun stuff pretty well.
I mean,
remember at the start he chased down that one alien, and that was a massively impressive feat, as Kay puts it.
I
mean,
think,
bring it.
He would not shoot Alma, and that's a problem.
Thing I watched before.
Or no, he would shoot Alma. Never mind.
Yo,
what in the world are we looking at?
Fat guys in the Fed. Fat guy sus.
Fat guy in the fat guy sus. Emergency meeting.
The last qualified thing, because I don't think music would count, was "Hey Arnold," so I don't think he'd do very well in this.
Arnold in this situation.
Why don't we just talk to Alma? Do we have to do all this?
Oh, Arnold, I don't think you can have a heartfelt, youthful adventure through this one.
I can't believe we're having a heartfelt, youthful adventure through this one.
Well, you know,
Dang,
maybe
he got away.
if his grandmother showed up, he could probably pull through.
Only fictional characters. Only characters of fictional. Only fictional characters in media, says Pixel. I would say anything, just to make it funny.
Yeah, it's just
To clarify off my thing, if it's Joe Biden and Trump teaming up, I don't know. I think maybe they get through the first chapter, but not the rest. What?
I want to see this now. It's just some crappy buddy comedy movie. Like they were both on their way to the inauguration, and their bus broke down, and they ended up here.
Do you guys ever see those like AI president videos, like where they have AI voice? I like the idea. I really like the idea of like Obama, Biden, and Trump just going along on these adventures and stuff. It sounds really funny.
You set up the buddy cop thing as they're both heading to the inauguration, and then like one of the Secret Service guys comes over. He's like, "Mr. President," and they both look at him. What? It's like, oh, we're both gonna have to do this one. And then it cuts to the title.
Going back to Captain America, like, would he do any worse in this situation than the current character is doing? Because he's like a super soldier. He's got all the same qualifications.
We'll get to that. There's phone lore.
Okay. Oh, there's
so
phone
must
lore.
Be back where the other vent was.
No, it's right there. The phone lore is right there.
You have one new message. First message from
Bill Moody. This is Bill Moody. Sorry I didn't get back to you sooner, but we got a little behind schedule. I'm still out here at the South River Treatment Plant. Anyhow, I've got some preliminary results for you. All the compounds you had me test for are present, although the concentrations are significantly higher than expected. I should have a complete report on your desk Monday morning. I'll talk to you soon.
End of messages.
I guess it would be a group of podcasters of bronies talking about Darkfix. Pixel, we don't count.
I would do so well in this situation. I could solo this situation.
I don't.
I mean, I just want to remind people who have played this game that Alma causes the apocalypse. So, like...
Was that a spoiler?
Only a little bit. And also, I've never played the third one, so I don't know how apocalypsy it actually is.
Wait, now when you say dark fix, Pixel, like, do you mean just like gothic dark, or no, these are like gore fix?
I'm sure I could handle it. We could all handle it. 20-minute adventure, in and out. Whoa.
That was a stealthy boy.
There was another... Was it a stealthy boy? Because I thought I just saw it zap like it was just electricity.
Well, that's what the stealthy boys do.
I sure won't regret that in the future.
I think the only one of us with even the slightest chance of handling the situation, per a liberal definition of handle, is Hinkle, just because he knows the game so well.
I don't know the game that well. I haven't played it in over a decade.
But it's better than all of us.
A messy death.
I think it's shooting at
Oh,
something
no,
else.
there's two.
I still think one of them was shooting at something else.
Dark comedies, grim darks, romantic. Okay. That actually might be an interesting watch. I'll note that link for later.
Shima and I did these kinds of conversations the whole time we were playing Resident Evil 4.
It was funny. I got some interesting hypotheticals out of it. Like one of my favorite questions you asked that I got a lot of kick out of is, if Samwise Gamgee was in Leon S. Kennedy's shoes, could he save Ashley? And I think he could. I think the guy could pull it off.
I liked Perry the Platypus because Perry the Platypus just bodies that entire story.
Perry the Platypus. How welcome of you to come.
Yeah, but that's when it's going to be like Oswald just pulls off his head and it's actually Doofenshmirtz.
And I was a
Resident
boy.
Evilinator.
My biohazard.
My tentacle growing out of my chest.
Then the concept of Ashley asking Perry for overtime at the end is hilarious.
Turns around to talk to Perry and he's taking the hat off and is in disguise.
A Kennedy?
There you go.
There, I'll save here. But, oh, what?
Oh, there's a health power
The
up
door.
there.
Oh, wait, where?
Down below. Isn't that
No.
blue stuff? Oh, it's a hammer.
A hammer is a type of power
Oh,
up.
here it is. How would your favorite tabletop character survive fear?
Yeah, that was the thing I was about to say. That was another thing we found, is that pretty much every tabletop character we could think of to suggest just bodies Resident Evil 4, no contest.
I think Himiko would do very well in this situation because her whole deal is dealing with ghosts and psychic abilities.
I think the only reason either protagonist lives through Fear 1 or 2 is hyper-specific reasons of connections to the plot that's happening.
We'll see how it progresses, but I'm fairly confident that Himiko could just dissolve this entire situation by fire.
Her whole deal is dispelling ghosts, and she also has psychic powers. So I feel like she's she's cast typed to this. Other characters wouldn't do so.
Let's see. She can read minds. She can enter the spirit world at will, which means she could just sidestep pretty much every physical obstacle here. She can perceive pretty much any kind of spiritual entity. She can figure out information about them. Pretty much anything that has to do with minds or spirit up to a certain degree of scale.
Also,
she can interrogate.
A lot of the survival of these characters depends on whether or not they can prevent what's about to happen.
That they can predict what's about to happen?
Prevent. Like, if they can solve this problem before the shit hits the fan. If they do that, then, yeah, like, Captain America could probably...
lights are out.
Captain America could resolve all of this long before the shit hits the fan.
I was going to say one more thing because I know Hinkle would appreciate this. Himiko was mainly what I drew inspiration for Himiko was the phase from Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
This is a terrible
to call.
I'm glad there's
there's
a checkpoint right before that.
It was a cool way to kill the guy, though.
Man,
Have you done the jumping kick yet?
Well, I mean, I was doing that in the first episode.
Oh, alright.
Man,
anyways,
it's like that clip where the guy throws the flashbang and it bounces off 2 trees and lands back in his trench. That's what that moment was.
Yeah, I was trying to say Himiko was inspired a bit by Mia and Maya Fey from Ace Attorney. I like their ability to call forth spirits and actually shape their bodies to whoever they're letting possess them. I always thought was a unique form of Maya and Mia's possession abilities. Is like it doesn't just let the ghost into their body; it changes their body outright to match that of the spirit.
Interesting. What she never actually used, despite the
do you think Maya could solve this situation going through it?
No.
Based on these phone calls and lore, I think trying to channel Alma is a horrible idea.
Yeah, that would just be doing the opposite of what I said before. About preventing the problem before it happens.
If anything, that would be speeding it up greatly.
Didn't Maya know how to dispel like the I can't say words. Yeah, I can't say stuff without spoiling.
I think you should have stopped. Yeah,
I should stop. I'll
hey, wait,
stop
there was an upgrade in that room.
There was.
Took me a second before I remembered Khazard hasn't done that yet.
Say that, but Christian.
She specifically had a problem with getting her out.
Whoa.
That's what she said?
I remember when I was running Mage the Ascension, and I put the party into what was essentially the plot of the thing, and Felix's character and the other characters proceeded to solve the entire plot inside of 5 minutes. In frankly insulting fashion. I had the party encounter a guy who was a scientist in a very deep sea research facility. My logic was that the pressure outside was so high that if it tried to escape without a submersible, it would be crushed before it could assume a functioning form. And Felix's character ended up coming across the scientist who was emaciated and paranoid and had a flamethrower strapped to his back. And Felix's character looked 5 minutes into the future, saw how tentacly the scientist got, and then proceeded to freeze time, take his flamethrower, light him on fire, and then kick him down a laundry chute while time was frozen. And then tell the others that they were stuck in a cliché.
Oh wow, that we got next. Whoa, shoot!
Why isn't that bulletproof?
Run, stupid
RoboCop.
Wait, bulletproof went held against rockets. Why wasn't that window rocket proof?
Present identification.
Present hall pass.
Second request. Second request. Present hall pass.
Third request. Give me your lunch money.
Thank you, ED2409.
I know the reference. I did not remember the name of the robot. Whoa, that guy could that.
Oh, he's right here. Hello.
That guy's fast.
Oh. That was terrible. How is he missing me with all these shots? That's equally terrible and impressive.
I think Hinkle was right. The rocket launcher does kind of suck.
Psychic army if we have that.
Well, have you seen how poor its aim is?
My goodness,
they put their eggs into a lot of baskets, okay? One of the baskets was an army of psychic super soldiers, and the other basket was a robot with a rocket launcher. A rocket launcher that shoots like a chain gun.
Sometimes you have to throw science at the wall to see what sticks.
Maybe that'll trigger still? Oh. He's glitching. Oh! Did our rockets collide in the air? That was cool. Wait.
You're shooting at a shadow.
Oh, that was sweet.
Shit. Oh, you got him though. Splash
I saw the
damage,
slow-mo
baby.
explosion. Think this is what happens to Olivia later in Ending 3. She gets she gets a walking neck.
She gets her legs.
Girlfriend.
These are her legs.
Remember the episode of Invader Zim where Zim keeps throwing the pigs into the past? And eventually Bib is just in a handicapped giant robot.
I do remember that. Dear Zim, do not use the time.
It's just that, but Olivia.
Dear Zim, do not use the time machine. Love, Zim.
Dear Ianagon, do not use the time machine to help Olivia. Love,
Ianagon.
I didn't use carcinogenic ink, did I? Why do my bones suddenly hurt?
The side effect of time travel.
Being a cool dinosaur, I forgot to cure it.
I was so busy being a cool teacher, I forgot to cure my bonitis.
Oh, there's a ladder.
The lives I've shaped, the lives I've ruined.
The lives I didn't get to ruin. Wait, now
Why are you jumping down? There was. I think that's the way you
oh,
just
wait,
came
yeah,
up.
that's the one lift that wasn't. Yeah, okay.
My one regret is not ruining more lives.
Warning. Toxic substance detected. Emergency lockdown in effect.
Oh, dang, they found my Twitter.
Oh man, the coof is loose.
Did you say the Groose is loose?
The coof is loose. I was making a COVID joke.
We're filling the facility with deadly neurotoxin.
Actually, according to the Red Book, I believe that it's now found that actually came from Europe. That's what the CCP is saying. And then it got to China through that way.
Well,
learn your facts. You're a subversive person.
Type
Sorry,
7
what?
particle weapon.
Okay, get rid of the rocket launcher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out of rockets anyways. What is this?
Whatever it is, it's got 10 shots.
And I can zoom in really well.
Can't wait to try this out.
Oh boy, new toy. Your favorite weapon, Pixel? Ooh.
In this or just in general?
I'm assuming for this, he says. Wait, this was the neurotoxin area. Why am I going in? Oh, no, it's that one.
Breathe
Why
in
are
the,
you?
Just
why
breathe
are
in
you?
the experimental internet gas.
Why are you scared of a little neurotoxin? Oh, phone lore. Phone lore.
First, let me grab the health. Oh, the health booster also fully heals me. That's nice.
Wait.
You have 2 new messages.
To Chet and Brett.
Message from
Bill Moody.
Oh.
Hey Janice, it's Bill Moody. Ian Hives sent me down to the South River treatment plant to do some wastewater analysis. I'm concerned about my findings since that effluent comes from residential areas. It may be originating in Auburn, which might actually explain a lot. I'm going to send you a copy of my report so you can make sure the proper people are informed.
Ah, Arbor, like these lights.
Ian Hives. Janice, yeah, it's Ian. Look, I wanted to give you a heads up that you might be getting a call from Bill Moody.
Too late.
I think the best course of action would be for you to act like you give a shit about his concerns. I think all he really wants is to believe that someone in authority has taken the ball and running with it. I fucked up by blowing him off, so I'm guessing he'll run to you. Anyway, look, just let me know how it works out.
Hey, you're gonna
Good
get a
warning,
call
guy.
from this guy. Pretend to give a shit. I think he's just really needy. You know, let's just throw him a bone this one time.
That's how I approach some situations at work. Sometimes a patient will ask, like, hey, can you do this? And the answer is no, but I'll just go to the medical assistant and be like, hey, say no to the question I'm about to ask. And then I'll ask the question. They say no. I'm like, all right. And then I just go and tell them, yeah, they said no.
All it needs, sometimes that's all a customer needs is just knowing that something is being done, and that satiates them.
That's like I heard for coin counting machines. They can actually count the coins instantly, but people didn't trust it, so they make it take longer and add in the coin sounds to make people trust it more.
You'd be surprised how much that feedback improves things for people.
Yeah.
Here's some more info about Fettel. He was developed as part of a project called Origin. It says the first prototype didn't work out. Fettel was a second, and there was never a third. They just pulled the plug a few years after he was born.
I don't know, it feels like they should have pulled the plug a few years before he was born. We wouldn't be in this situation.
He has a right to life, Khazard.
Do you see what he's doing?
Is that too political? Can we make that joke?
I think
Fettel,
that's
Fettel has
political.
rights.
I think we're on the right side of the line with that one.
Oh, hold on a sec. It just saved. That means something big's gonna happen.
It's just the fat guy again.
Ammo, always good.
Yeah, it's loading us up. I don't trust that.
Something's happening.
Yo!
Oh yes, yes, revenge.
Yes.
Yes, revenge.
I forgot about this.
Every game needs to have a segment like this. Animal Crossing needs to have a segment like this.
Full of blood.
Except it's Tom Nook attacking all the villagers' bank accounts.
And then the screen was full of hyper-realistic blood.
That certainly lowered their numbers down quite a bit.
Yeah.
They're going to be smarting a bit from that.
Wait, what's the way forward? Oh, I just jump over the counter. Just like at the doctor's office.
Fuck that vase.
Particular.
They're gonna be in here somewhere and they're gonna be pissed.
Oh, you could try that new gun out.
Oh yeah.
See what a particle gun does.
Come on, someone step out.
And to your left, there's a guy. Holy shit!
Oh,
it's like a Spartan laser.
Basically,
watch your health.
that poor guy.
Hail Hydra. It reminds me of the
Why are you
Hydra.
running forward when you have low health, Khazard?
He has a
Because it
shotgun, which is a
It's the
very
last thing
good
they
close-up
expected.
weapon. Look, all I'm gonna say is when the shotgun does that, it works.
it's satisfying.
That too.
With AFK, what happened?
Khazard got to take control of a turret, which let him clear a room of enemies pretty... I missed
slow.
it. And then we're also just seeing what the particle gun does.
Yeah. Have fun with that, boy.
I don't think it killed him. I didn't hear a death cry.
I'm pretty sure you hit him head on with it.
Yeah, he was in that... Oh. Oh, they're behind me.
Holy smokes! He's just a skeleton.
Speaking about Willem Dafoe.
Go look at the buff. Well, when you're done, go
What do you
check
mean,
that
speaking
body.
of Willem Dafoe?
Because we turned him into a skeleton, like he did in the
What is-
movie.
What movie?
Spider-Man.
Oh, he throws the pumpkin bombs that okay.
Yeah, it turns them into skellies.
Okay.
That friggin' Mr. Frog reference to that.
Yeah.
Now careful, you're very low on health and no health packs. Now let's just see if there might be any...
Oh,
dude.
I never... Were you
They heard you
talking?
coming.
Oh, I get to do
You
the
get to
turret
eat-
again.
I try to use it better this time.
Okay, and also I won't end up blowing all my medkits.
That too.
Remember, they're gonna come from below too.
They can come from below, but I can't shoot down there.
That's pretty good.
I think that was
You did.
more than last time.
Yeah, you did good numbers on them.
I just remember to watch the health a little bit because you don't have a lot of health packs left.
Proximity.
Whoa, lots of them.
Not anymore.
That definitely sounded like it was effective.
Yeah.
Oh, you grenade.
There were goons there. They're gone now.
God, I love the skeleton.
I love the slow zoom in doing it too. Aw, they're all gone.
Yeah, there's a guy to your right. He just went around the corner.
What if I go around the corner? Imagine seeing your buddy run to cover and he just skeletonizes.
What is this Dalek bullshit?
This again. See, this is like a horror for them. I love it.
Oh, there he is.
Look, he saw that. He knows you're there.
Guys, I don't want to go back out. I know what he can do. That went through him. Oh, the game
His
physics.
iframes protected him there.
The game physics cheated me on that.
He's not coming behind his pillar.
Right, his shoulder. This is a Star Trek gun. Like, I think that's horrifying. Oh, we have a gun that if the beam just barely touches you, you're entirely dead.
That's a really undignified way to die.
I mean, he chose to look at the wall like that when he knew there was gunshots going off. Well, I think that's all of them.
Just burnt skeleton. There's gonna be like 3 in that next room.
Yep, 1, 2. Oh, this was the turret I was controlling. Okay, I was clearing out this room.
Yeah, it looks pretty clear.
Yeah. There's a lot of corpses in here.
They're all just lounging about.
It is pretty corpsey.
Okay.
That is the appropriate reaction.
The most appropriate response for that. Second being vaporizing a guy into mush with the shotgun.
All you saw is all the fluids in your friend evaporate along with all of his gear, leaving a carbonized skeleton.
The particle gun is great. Holy shit.
Oh, why don't games have weapons like these anymore? That's the real tragedy.
Dude, they're usually just super weapons though, but then again you did find this in a secret, so... That's your reward for exploration, people. You find the good shit. Like she spun kicked him.
Oh, okay, I think that's all of them. God, just look at all this. I hate to be the forensics team that has to walk through this building after the fact.
Imagine being the cleaner.
That's a big pile of blood just by the elevator.
It's like that that Viscera cleanup game where it's like you're going through an area after the protagonist went through, and you just have to clean up everything.
It's just like one of my favorite concepts for a game ever. There's so much room to like play with it too. Like you can just do like any concept of action movie or whatever.
They're making one of those where it's a co-op game where you're all goblin maids that have to clean up a dungeon keep.
That's amazing.
I mean, they've done tons of crossovers inside Viscera Cleanup too.
Yeah, I think Shadow Warrior was like the first one.
Yeah. And it's like, it's super, like, it's like, you know, you gotta pick up the casings, you gotta find the scorch marks and get rid of those.
And they had that Christmas one.
That elevator seems to have not gone well.
Oh no, the blood just gets off on this floor.
See, somebody just got stuck in that one.
That's your fear.
It's off on this floor. It's like it's like the elevator in
The Shining.
Yeah, The Shining. It's just
Oh, thank God.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is gonna have to be a point.
It's believed armchair engineer Norton Mapes is actively sabotaging the F.E.A.R mission. Yeah.
Norman, you bastard.
Norton.
No, I'm calling him Norman.
Yeah, he is a bastard, though.
Norton Antivirus?
No, his name is Norman.
After
we were discussing Willem Dafoe, so I'm calling him Norman now.
All right, so we're stopping here.
Yes.
Yeah, this is we made it to the end of the level. This is a great place to stop, especially in the hour.
Considering it's almost 3:30 for Kaz, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I could keep going, but I probably shouldn't.
I could also keep going, but fine.
Yeah,
So let's keep going till the sun comes up, people.
A nice solid stream, that one. I love that gun. I want a gun of that in every game.
I want it in real life.
Quake railgun, but just a little bit extra.
All right. Good development on the mystery. It sounds like I was getting on the right course based off Hinkle's reaction. This is all just Sephiroth's story.
Well, there will not be a stream today because it's Saturday now.
Yeah, no streams on the weekends. We'll see you back Monday for Pizza Tower with Wani. Gator Tower. Let's see.
Gator pizza.
Gator pizza.
Would Gator pizza taste good?
Well, I mean, Gator sausage
So
generally just tastes like sausage. So you
Does
just
it?
Gator vaguely tastes like chicken, so it probably work.
Interesting. Well, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yep.
I am
Have
also
a
going to
good
sign
night,
out here.
You guys. Oh, there's other people streaming F.E.A.R actually right now.
Oh, interesting.
I'll raid one of them.
Probably some euros, given the time.
Yeah, well, I see one's Canadian.
Ugh, that's even worse. I'm sorry, you mean future American?
Future American. What a vaguely veiled threat.
We're getting in the Fallout timeline, is what was happening.
All right, so have
Montana. It'll be beautiful.
All right, have a good night, everybody. I'm gonna send you over to this guy. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. See you Monday.
Bye.
Have a good weekend. Enjoy your January. Stay warm. All right, it takes 10 seconds for the raid to kick in. All right, good night. I will see you guys later. There we go. Countdown. See you Monday for pizza. And good night. Goodbye.
Nearly there.
See ya.
And there.